Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Zoning Board of Appeals for Town of Wareham. It is Wednesday, September 26, 2018. It is 6:29 p.m., and we are at room 320 at the Multi-Service Center, 48 Marion Road. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Makes a roll call. My far right, Wilma Engerman. Our clerk, Jim Akabachi. My far left, alternate member, Jake Morrison. Regular member, attorney Jen Kendrick. Carl Baptiste Senior, myself, the chair, Nazi Al-Kulasi. Also, we have present professional engineer Charles Lowry and our town planner, Kim Buckland. We have some quick business to do before we start. We have the minutes. What you guys got?
Do we have a set of minutes? Oh, that's right, I did read them. I sent an email and I read them and they're fine.
You guys got to look at them? Did you get, you find
I've
them?
reviewed the minutes and find them to be fine as presented. Therefore, make a motion to approve as presented.
Do you have a second on the minutes? For September 12th?
I think they're looking.
You have it?
Second, yeah?
Second by Carl. All in favor on the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose, abstain. Where's the minutes?
They're usually, I got them. I'll take care of it. No agendas, minutes, I got them.
All right, we're gonna start with the first public hearing. It's 34-18, Stephen Urasha, 9 Jordan Road. I have a conflict with this matter. I will recuse myself, and Jim will chair the case. Straight into the record.
Today is 9/26. I'll be with you in 1 second. This is it. Yeah, that's it. You're gonna pass out the... Zoning Board of Appeals will hold a public hearing on September 26, 2018, 6:30 PM in room 320 of the Wareham Multi-Service Center, 48 Marion Road, Wareham, Mass. 02571, to consider petition number 34-18 for a variance from the requirements of Article 3, Section 320, Article 14, Section 1470 of the Wareham zoning bylaws to Stephen and Cheryl Urasta, 9 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass. 02571, seeking to construct an accessory apartment located at 9 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass. That appears on Assessors Map 114E, Lot PG14, in the R130 zoning district. Thank you. Would you like to tell us what you're up to?
I'd like to...
Before you go, state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Urasha, 9 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass.
And who's that with you?
My wife, Cheryl.
Okay,
Cheryl Urasha.
thank you.
I'm attempting to build I'd like to apply for a permit to build a mother-in-law's apartment for my mother-in-law, who is handicapped and has lupus and is in need of being taken care of. She's 76 years old and can't maintain her house anymore and is looking, and can't afford her house anymore, so looking for a place to live. So I built my house with the expectation to bring her in. Nazi's the one who sold me the house and told me that I could apply for a variance to build an apartment downstairs and help me construct it with this in mind. So I have two accesses downstairs in the apartment and plenty of windows, and it was built with this in mind. All right. Any questions?
I want to see what the building inspector had to say for an answer. I'm pretty sure that's in here. I just haven't found it yet. Did you get a letter from the inspector, the inspectional department?
Yes, we got,
A
they
denial
said it
letter?
was an automatic denial letter.
Yep.
Yeah.
and his reasons for denying it. I like to always read them before I... While I'm looking for that, is there anybody here that would like to speak in favor of this application? Okay, hearing none. Is there anybody here that would be opposed to this application? Again, hearing none. I believe I have a couple of letters in the file that need... Pardon me?
I don't see the building inspector's letter.
What don't you see?
The building inspector.
The building inspector's letter, no, I don't see it either. And I'd kind of like to see that before we take a vote. It's not in here.
I believe
We
that
have letters that were sent in on this.
Yeah, we do. We have an email that was sent in.
I'm going to read that.
There it is.
I'm going to look in this pile in a minute. This was sent to Kenneth Buckland. Dear Mrs. Kaiser.
There was a piece down below.
Nope, wrong. Bernice A. Kaiser. Mr. Buckland, I'm very opposed to having apartments built in our development. When we bought our property, it was with the understanding that this development consisted of single-family homes. I do believe that adding apartments would devalue our properties. It is my understanding that passing this permit will set a precedence for future permits for building apartments, and I truly do not want this beautiful development ruined by these additions. Considering all the issues we have had recently with Mr. Yarusha trespassing on our property and harassing us regarding our privacy fence, we have decided not to attend the permit hearing and be harassed again. I do fear him and do not appreciate his tactics and behavior in our neighborhood. We have gone to the police department twice regarding his trespassing and harassment and hired a lawyer to get him to stop pushing his soil onto our property, which even though he was directed to remove it, we had to do it ourselves without any assistance. My husband is 74, and I am 70, and the stress of his actions have caused us much worry when he goes neighbor to neighbor, talking about us like we are terrible people. All we want is to be left alone and have everyone abide by the rules that govern our properties. Sorry that he started his project of building the apartment before he applied for a building permit, but is yet another example of his behavior and disregard for the law. Signed, Bernice Kaiser, for the record. I'd like to turn to the board and see if anybody has any questions. Wilma, do you have any questions of these people? Jake?
No questions.
Jan?
Not at the moment.
Carl? No? So, I don't have the letter from the building inspector, so I don't know exactly
He
what his
emailed it.
position
I
is.
have the email. He sent it directly
that's all right.
to Jasmine.
It probably just says that,
I can tell you from what I've read and what I've heard already,
right?
you're not going to get my vote. If you guys want to have extra bedrooms or something like that, that's a septic issue, that's not a variance, or that's not a Board of Appeals. As far as another kitchen, you started out with, you want to put somebody in there that can't take care of themselves. If they can't take care of themselves, they don't need a second kitchen. I'm sure what the concern in the neighborhood is that you're creating a second apartment after your mother or whoever your in-law person is that you want to live there is deceased. The apartment still exists and it gets rented, whether it be legal or illegal. So I can tell you right now, you don't have my support. I suggest you go back and look at your house and see if you can add some bedrooms and feed your person out of one kitchen instead of creating two basic apartments in
Can I
a
comment?
single-family location.
Okay, as far as our next-door neighbors go, we have an ongoing issue with them. I have pictures of what they consider trespassing. They have had,
But that's got nothing to do with this.
okay,
Well,
so
they-
then...
that
no,
all came out,
no,
though.
But it came up in the
I'm just reading what,
And I
that's
have
correct.
pictures, and again, their lawyer advised them that they don't have any issue.
Okay.
Okay, but on the next issue, and the subject of our apartment, we have not started anything on our apartment. When we started this project, we met with Nazi. And we told him that we were looking to build a home with an in-law apartment for my mom. He literally changed the direction of the home just so that he could get the in-law walkout basement for my mom. Okay, so we would have never bought this home if we did not think that I could have my mom with me, nor did we know that it was against the zoning laws. It was not disclosed to us by Nazi. Nazi actually gave us the plan for the in-law apartment. He's the one who gave it to us. He also gave us a quote to do the work. So as you can see, this is disturbing to me because my mom lives an hour and a half away. She's by herself. Okay, she cannot take care of her home anymore. We've moved here, so we can't help her, and I am all she has, okay? The fact that she is handicapped does not make her not be able to use her kitchen. I am handicapped, and I use my kitchen, okay? My mom has taken care of me all my life, and I intend to take care of her, not a nursing home. And I do not see, we eliminated a bedroom from our home just so that we could make alterations for this. And we were never, ever, ever given any indication that we were going to have a hard time doing this, or we would not have paid $500,000 for a home that Nazi and us directly intended to be an in-law apartment. No idea.
I'm just wondering, Jim, if you were swayed by the allegations in this letter.
It was
This is a
certainly
situation that we
influencing,
pretty-
yes.
I'm sorry, what?
It was certainly an influence, yes.
Because this is certainly a circumstance
That's
that,
not fair.
this is certainly a circumstance that we have routinely granted relief for.
Okay, then, and
I don't think it, just knowing you and reading that, I don't necessarily think it's fair to let someone's allegations about a neighborly dispute sway us from granting relief that we do routinely grant in these
Okay.
circumstances.
And I actually have two neighbors that are sitting by the phone waiting in case you need their response
And we could have
for
a
the
third
development.
one.
And a third one.
All the neighbors in our
They all asked us if
development
we wanted them to come.
are 100% with us and have no problems with it, so I'd really,
That could be a problem too, because then we open up a can of worms. Now we got a development up there with duplex apartments.
no duplex
not a
apartments, sir.
duplex,
Just
it's
Whatever it
a home.
is, whatever it is. Now we have another.
Duplex apartment is something totally different, there's zoning
Now
laws
so
against
now we have
that.
a bunch of houses up there with in-law apartments. As Jim said, he's against it. I'm gonna tell you I'm against it. So get the rest of the votes.
so I'm happy to vote if somebody wants to make a motion. I'm also happy to entertain a motion by you to continue. I don't have the letter from the building inspector,
I don't have that letter.
and you,
Could I have a
and you
copy of
probably
that
didn't
letter?
think you,
I
and you
have it.
probably didn't think you needed these neighbors that are supposedly in favor of your project to be here and testify on your behalf. So if you'd like to request a continuance, I would entertain that.
Continuance later today? Do you
No,
want
no,
me
no.
to call
I
up some
have the
people?
letter. Dave emailed me the letter at midnight.
Would
He
you-
was on the phone with me.
Would
He
you-
emailed me the letter, and I confirmed with Jasmine this morning.
Would your neighbors be willing and able to come to a meeting at a future date? Your neighbors who
Absolutely.
support
They're willing to
you?
come up right now. They're on their way. They just texted me.
Yeah.
If you want to continue, if you want to table this and be heard again at the end of the meeting, I'll,
That's fine.
if
Absolutely.
that's your request.
I can't even comprehend this because of one letter. I mean, I spoke with the zoning board this
So
morning.
do you want to continue, or do you want to
They're asking to table it, I believe.
table it? Do you want to table it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next order of business.
Want to hand back the applications?
Yep,
You didn't even fill out the application right.
I have.
All right. Back to business. Continue public hearing.
You want to hand back the ones on that one so we can keep them in the folder, please?
If you're gonna continue, I'll leave
We
it in
tabled
front
them.
of
Okay.
at the end.
I just don't want them to get mixed up in something else. I'd rather reshare them. Is this going in this folder? They will.
If neighbors come here and say it's true.
Yeah, but we had,
That's why they're
we had
allowed to
one
hang
letter in the negative and nothing in the positive, so I'm looking for a reason to act.
All right, we can, 4-18, Mike Gaincola, Minor Property, 72 Minor Ave. Oops, another one. All right, this public hearing's been open. I guess council have some conflict, so I recuse myself again.
What's this on
But I
Giancola?
will, yes. I won't vote, but I'll sit, I make comments. So Jake will vote on my place, okay?
Yep.
So this has already been read in?
Yep.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, so this has been heard on the question of the use and the permit. That was granted back on April 11th, and it was then postponed so that we could prepare a complete site plan for you to review. And
That's
put whatever conditions was deemed to be appropriate. We've arranged, AF has been working with Charlie Rowley, and plans have been submitted and recommendations made, and those recommendations, I believe, have been satisfied. I think there are a couple of issues that I saw in the last letter that remained open, that was sort of discretionary rather than mandated.
Just the building.
For any of those issues, I'm going to leave it up to Mr. Madden to address, because they're outside of the legal realm and more into the engineering realm. I would like to, before the
So,
hearing.
before we get too deep, just refresh me again. You're looking for a variance?
We've already been
It's
granted.
been read in, but I don't have it in front of me, so,
We've been granted a use variance to construct a second building similar to the one that now exists at 72 Minot Ave. So this is across from the Minot Forest School area.
I got it. But, so what are we deciding tonight, or what's before the board?
A full site plan,
Okay,
not have full plans when we
Okay.
came.
sorry, I was fumbling.
Yep. And we were asked to, it was presented to Charlie, and we were asked to communicate with him before coming back here to review those plans, or have him review the plans, make his recommendations, and see if we could adhere to those recommendations. And I think you're going to hear that we have done as requested.
Okay. I think, just like in the last group of people, I'd like to see if there's anybody here from the public tonight to speak in favor of this. And hearing none, I'll turn, is there anybody here to speak in opposition to this application? Again, hearing none, now I'll turn to Charlie. Charlie, it seems that you had a lot to say about this,
Well,
fair amount.
At one time I did in my,
How we doing now?
you should have a copy of my letter of September 11th, in which I stated that I had reviewed the plans. I left two comments open, which were beyond my being able to say that, yeah, which satisfied, because I think it requires a decision by the board. One of which, I'm aware that there have been some revisions to the building facade, and that was one of my comments, that whether or not, because this is a special consideration of a commercial use in a non-commercial district, whether or not there should be some consideration given to special treatment of the building itself. Since it is a commercial use, there are certain guidelines in the zoning bylaw with respect to how buildings should look in a commercial zone. So I asked that question as to whether or not the board would consider some architectural features in this. So I guess it's going to be up to the board to determine whether or not that has been met, or whether you think it's even essential, but it's my understanding that certain changes to the facade of the building, which breaks up that long, straight line, has been done. The second thing is that there were some recommendations in my August 21st letter with respect to stormwater maintenance and so forth, operation schedule for stormwater facilities, that be incorporated in the render. And also, there was an issue with respect to the location of a fire hydrant. In my original correspondence, I said that the fire hydrant that's there is on the opposite side of the road. In the event of a incident in this building, which required the connection into the building fire prevention system, it would require the fire apparatus to literally block Minot Avenue to all traffic, because they'd have to cross the line or cross the road with the line from the fire hydrant to the building. My suggestion was move the location up so that you could run the line across the street and put the hydrant in the yard of the facility so that you wouldn't have to tie up Minot Avenue. You have a letter
Let me just-
from September 5th.
Let me just ask you a question on that. Pardon my lack of knowledge. This building will be sprinkled?
Yes.
Okay. And so your concern is if the sprinkler system needs to be charged with additional water, that they tie into it and they
Any
pump?
incident that would require the fire department to make a tie into the hydrant would require them to lay a line across Minot Avenue, blocking it from both directions. There would be no travel either way.
But
So
wouldn't they
if you were
have
to
a...
relocate it, locate the connection from the existing main across from the entrance that's closest to the existing building, you could then extend across the road and put a yard hydrant in the facility site itself, which means they wouldn't have to make that crossing of Minot Avenue. But
So basically, what you're saying is you think there ought to be a fire hose under the street made out of pipe
essentially, yes.
for a lamp?
If I may, wouldn't the building have a hydrant connection on it because they
Yes, it
sprinkled?
would have a hydrant connection, but the only way you're going to get between the hydrant and the connection would be to lay a line across Minot Avenue.
No?
Roads are shut down I'm lost on this. Roads are shut down every day. 33 years we've been shutting roads down.
It is, but when you've got a situation where you could
It's still
do
gonna
a,
be-
you could
they
do a
still shut
facility
down.
without doing
I've
that.
gone to accidents and that the roads can be open and the fire department puts their truck in the middle of the road. We complain about it all the time, so I'm not gonna.
Well,
Let me-
if you complain
I
about
may.
it, then I'm suggesting a solution to it. It wouldn't mean anything more than perhaps an additional length of pipe to go from the service connection to wherever the pipe would go
It's
into the
another
building.
expense on the owner, though.
But, as I was going to say, the September 5th letter from the fire department says that it's a recommendation. He's not saying it has to be done,
The
so
recommend-
it's going to be up to the board.
Okay, so just so, again, because I don't 100% understand, there are sprinklers,
Yes.
and there is a pipe going under the street to feed them already. They're wet, it's not,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
but that's just not as big a pipe, is that what it is?
Normally, when you make that kind of a connection, you supplement the sprinkler system by connecting a piece of fire apparatus into the hydrant. They will lay a line and attach their line into that sprinkler connection, which is on the outside of the building. That increases the pressure, increases the volume of the water going to the sprinkler system. That's how they operate.
Okay.
So that was my only suggestion, and the fire department saw fit to not say it was a requirement. So that's up to you as to whether or not you think that's essential. The only other thing had to do with, excuse me just a minute while I just review my letter. Oh, there are two drainage systems on the property, one of which is for a portion of Minot Avenue. The other is a drainage system that exists for the current building. So my only concern would be that in the special permit, that those two drainage facilities be maintained through the construction period and make sure they don't get blocked by the construction so they don't function properly. So if that were to be incorporated as a condition of the special permit, everything else in my letter of the 11th of September and the 24th, I think, of August, excuse me, have been satisfied.
Is that you making all that noise?
I think that's me.
What did the Tin Man say? Oil me, oil
I
me?
don't know what that was.
Okay, sorry, Charlie.
That's all right.
Okay, so your concerns are that while they're building it, the existing drainage be maintained or protected,
Correct.
and although not required, it's recommended that the sprinkler system be augmented with a hydrant on the same side of the street.
Right.
And going back to the applicant, when they put this when they designed the sprinkler system here, what kind of pipe do they bring across underneath anyway? What's already in the plans?
Well, what it would be is I think it's 6-inch sprinkler connection, so it would be a ductile iron, piece of ductile iron pipe from the main on the, let's call it the
6
south.
inches? 6-inch pipe?
6-inch diameter ductile iron pipe to the building. That would be the sprinkler service. Sprinkler service pipe that would be provided. And then the pipes that Charlie are talking about are the fire hydrants that are located along Minot Ave. And I think that the town requires hydrants at 500-foot spacing along the
How
roadway.
big's the pipe going to a hydrant?
What's that?
How big is the pipe going to a hydrant?
Hydrant pipe is usually 6 inches. The main in the street is usually, the service connection from the main to the hydrant is 6 inches. So our sprinkler line, pretty
Okay, I got it.
We're worrying about a hose running across the street. You're putting an expense of, if the town lets him cut it open, then he has to fill it with flowable fill. Then he has to repave it. He has to wait for so long for it to settle before you can repave it.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
It's a whole,
He
it's
has
a,
to run the pipe.
Isn't that 6-inch
The
pipe
biggest
there
one.
already?
No.
The 6-inch service line to the building will be there when we construct the building.
And that's gonna come from across the street.
It'll come from across the street.
So you're gonna come from a 6-inch pipe with a 6-inch pipe?
I think it's 8-inch in Minot Ave.
Okay, okay.
8 or 10. If I may suggest, let me explain something. The 6-inch gonna cross regardless. Charlie's asking if it's possible to throw another hydrant across the street. That's all what he's asking. If it's all possible, it's not a requirement. Hydrants are $1,200. If you're interested, I mean, it'd be nice.
Well, the issue with the fire hydrant across the street, if we're taking, if the fire apparatus ties up to the same hydrant that's across the street, I think that it could detract from the fire supply to the building. My own view would be that the fire apparatus would be parked on the north side of Minot Ave, run the hose across the street to the fire hydrant, run the hose through the pumper in the fire hydrant, tie onto the fire department connection on the face of the building. That would boost the pressure and the flow in the building for the sprinkler system. So, I mean, it's kind of routine. I mean, the fire hydrant spacing is what is required by the insurance company in the town. And, it is an additional expense to Mike. And I think that if it were me, I don't necessarily think that I would design the fire hydrant line coming off my sprinkler service line. I think that I might be looking at 2 separate lines, and I think that was the expense that we were looking
That's what I wasn't
to
understanding.
avoid.
Okay, I get it.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
So I asked Chris Smith at the fire department to relook at this. If you look at your plan, the fire hydrant is about 20 feet to the west of my westerly entrance to the building.
Okay.
And so it's almost directly across the entrance of one of the buildings. It's right
Right in
there.
front of the entrance to Minot Forest School?
Well, it's
Right
down,
there at
it's
the-
down a little closer towards the center of town, but if you see it on my plan, it's right there. Yes, it is across the street. I'm building a masonry building with a full sprinkler system. So I guess I asked Chris to say, hey, can you take another look at this? Do I really need this? And
Okay.
I think that's why he wrote the letter, the way he wrote the letter.
Okay,
I'd like to just follow up on
go ahead.
Kyle's remarks. If there's a fire, I mean, there's got to be a little practicality here. If there is a fire in one of these commercial buildings, that the system, the sprinkler system is inadequate to take care of, requiring fire trucks to come and hook up to any hydrant, that road is going to be closed. There is no way
No matter where you put
that the
the road.
fire department fighting that fire is going to allow cars to go in between a school and a commercial building. Closing mine at Forest Ave is not a terrible inconvenience for anyone. You can go around through Great Neck Road and get to the center of town. You can go back up to the highway and get to the center of town. So it's not like this is creating this huge, long detour if that portion of the road happened to get closed off.
I've heard enough on the matter. Is there anybody else on the board that is left uncertain?
Excuse me. On page 7, I found the hydrant.
Is this regarding the hydrant?
Yep,
Okay, go ahead.
found the hydrant that's across the street.
Page 7, yeah.
Okay, it's right where it says zoning district MR.
I see.
Hydrant. Now,
Yep, okay,
I feel that that's close enough
okay.
without going across the street.
Anybody else on the board, any concerns about the hydrant? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd point out would be the letter from the Wareham Fire District of August 29th, where item number 11 says, "The plan shows the installation of a 6-inch fire sprinkler service connection. Verbal discussion has been received considering the increase to an 8-inch fire sprinkler service." So I guess the question is, did you make that change, Bill?
Well, I think that it boils down to what the sprinkler system requires for a service, and I think that a 6-inch line, given the use of that building, is likely to be adequate. The sprinkler system has not been designed, so we wouldn't really know if a 8-inch would be required, but I'm doing a large job for the Acushnet Company, golf ball manufacturing facility, and 6-inch fire services is what we have on that building. That's a high hazard occupancy use, so I'm thinking 6 inch is going to be adequate for this use.
If I may, you did the model, didn't you? They run the model, did they? The fire department?
Well, that with the water department, I don't believe the water department modeled the service connection here. They do that for subdivisions, but I don't necessarily think they do that for an individual building connection.
I think 6 is plenty, but
Okay.
that's some for the water and fire to decide. I mean, if they're unhappy with it,
No.
It's the
They
insurance
made their
company
statements, and, you know, they're the professionals, I'm going to leave it up to them.
Yeah, we don't need to wax redundant on this matter. I've heard enough.
I think 6 is plenty, yeah.
Nobody else on the board has any further concerns, so I think we're good on that. We've asked the public. There's nobody from the public here to speak.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Ken had made some findings. Did you have a chance, Len?
We did, and there are just a couple of issues that we'd like to address on those findings.
Okay.
The first is strictly administrative because it has you as being a voting member and you will not be a voting member.
Okay.
Under section C, number 1B creates somewhat of a potential problem for us. We're looking at potential renters such as a plumbing supply company or an electrical supply company, and they do retail sales, even though that's not the primary focus of their business. I mean, their business is really wholesaling, but they do over-the-counter sales. We wouldn't want to lose them as potential clients because of a prohibition of any type of retail use.
That was already in that building before, in the old building.
Right.
The old
They had the
building
same
had,
type of
we were
business.
allowed to do that. We, in essentially, in our original presentation, we were willing to limit ourselves to what was given before as being the allowable uses. And wholesale businesses, like an electric company or plumbing company, was an allowable use under our original permit. And I have to correct one thing. I think we were using the word variance initially, this was not a variance. This was determined to already have been a commercial use property by prior decision, which was grandfathered. What we did was we increased the nonconformity by increasing the commercial enterprise by building another building. So it was done as a special permit.
Before you go on, I haven't had the benefit of looking at the uses that are allowed in the Wareham Village District 1. But on my previous permit, did I, one moment, did I give you that?
I'm talking about the old permit.
Yeah, I'm talking about the permit that was given to me for the first building. There were a number of uses that were listed that I just haven't seen what's allowed in the Wareham Village 1. So the uses that I was given in the first building, I would like to have for the second building.
Right, if I may, Jim.
Go ahead.
I think what Mr. Buckland showing the retail here, he means, in other words, like he would not like to see a place like a hardware store. I personally don't have a problem with the wholesale, like plumbing supply or what do you got?
Baines.
Baines Electric, things like this, because this is, the traffic is minimum, it's only contractors. We really don't like to see a restaurant there or a,
That's
like I said,
fine.
a hardware store.
7-Eleven, I mean, that's not
Right,
a
that's what I
likely
mean,
use.
but-
Right.
I don't have a problem with like a contractor sales.
So even if I think we change that language to say that wholesale businesses or businesses which are primarily wholesale, who may secondarily do retail sales, would be an allowed use. I think that would satisfy both ends, that we wouldn't be able to put in strictly a retail business, but we would be able to put in a wholesale business that happens to do retail sales.
We're into C7, is that correct?
C1,
C1.
Yes.
which I should explain with
There's only
those who don't
34 more
understand.
numbers.
Those who don't understand the conversation in the audience, this is regarding the uses allowed in the building.
Yes.
Is light manufacturing allowed in Wareham Village 1?
Well, this property isn't zoned Wareham Village 1, is it?
But right, so
No, if I may, because you were granted a variance, our town planner would like to see it to look like Wareham Village 1. You were granted a variance for for a commercial, which is you're allowed to do what you want. However, we'd like to keep somehow, like, somehow make it, minimize the retail.
Can I suggest
You
we take
understand
a...
what the planner trying to do?
I have no problem not allowing a 7-Eleven.
Right, that's what,
Right, but-
it's a suggestion. He's not making it Wareham Village.
No, I'm okay with
You
the
understand?
not having a straight retail use, but allowing a wholesale type use.
What kind of manufacturer are you talking about, for instance?
I mean, I think somebody who, makes,
Sheet metal fabric.
well, yeah, I get, Bill brought, a sheet metal manufacturer.
Right, or a cabinet maker, or, yeah.
Right, mill worker, those were the uses that were in the first permit.
I don't see a
I can live with
problem.
those uses, but I just don't know what's allowed, only having seen this tonight, I don't know what's allowed or not allowed in Wareham Village 1, and so,
Wholesale
We're gonna tie
business
'em
is
to
allowed.
Wareham Village One. We want them to be similar, but we can't tie them to that
Right.
because it's not.
Exactly.
I just like the uses that were allowed in the first building to
carry
come
it
to the second building, and I'm happy, right?
One of the issues was that we had trouble in the interpretation of the original permit about the list of uses, because it wasn't very clear as to what uses were going to be allowed. With this, applying a district, which is the Wareham Village 1, and which, by the way, which allows wholesale businesses as of right, what we do is we give a list of accepted uses within a district, And the modification is because we want to allow contractor storage. We don't want retail storefronts, and we don't want residential.
Right,
I don't think that's happening.
right, and I think he agrees with that.
I'm okay with that.
He's
I
okay
just
with
need to make sure that I mean, I want a manufacturer to come here if I can get one, you know? I mean, I
Well, to
think
a
that's a
certain
good business.
extent, you could have a manufacturer to a certain extent,
Light
unless it's needed to be an industrial park.
Right, but I don't know what Wareham, I haven't seen what Wareham Village allows,
Don't,
so,
this is just a recommendation, it's not, you're
Okay.
not tied to that.
well, it looks like I'm
It
gonna
says
be
it's
tied to
subject
it.
to the following. This is a subject to, so.
It definitely does, yeah.
Did we grant a variance
No.
based on being Wareham Village 1?
No.
No, it's just in terms of the list of uses, it seemed most appropriate to have the Wareham Village 1 because it allows most of the businesses that they were talking about previously.
But isn't Wareham Village 1 like Main Street?
Yeah, it is.
But that's restaurant allowed, retail's allowed?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would
What's,
you-
That's not what I'm looking
what's
for.
72 Minot Avenue is the existing building?
That's correct.
What number will be the new building?
I don't know yet.
It'll be assigned by the post office?
Post officer, I think the town actually assigns it.
Okay. So instead of saying with the use allowances and restrictions of the Wareham Village 1 district, why can't we change that to with the same allowances and restrictions
72.
previously granted to 72 Minot Avenue?
I'd be a lot happier with that.
I mean-
that's what I'm looking for.
I heard that 10 minutes ago, but we had to have the conversation.
Okay. Have we
Wouldn't
had
have
the
been fun without
conversation?
it.
Well, one of the reasons why I presented this in this fashion was because the previous list of uses was a little problematic, and there had been, I believe,
Can anyone who's
Tell them
talking, please step out in the hall? It's very distracting.
please.
So,
there had been some issues regarding the interpretation of the previous list of uses.
but the previous list of uses didn't include subcategories to say a contractor storage shall be allowed, retail uses of any type shall be prohibited, and it doesn't say residential uses of any type shall be prohibited. So we've got that, we're leaving that language in. I mean, how does the board feel about just taking out the word of Wareham Village 1 and changing it to the restrictions of 72 Minot Avenue? I'm looking to the board for,
If you would like, I can read you the tenants and uses allowed. It's only 7 lines,
if that helps?
if it
Interactive.
will help.
Yes.
So, Section 8 of the permit that was previously granted says possible tenants such as educational, non-exempt, oceanographic engineering research, offices, laboratory research office, service establishments not involving manufacturing on the premises, wholesale businesses, retail sale of marine equipment and supplies, not to include fish products or food, manufacturing of products on premises, the major portion of which are sold on the premises, from produce to consumer, light manufacturing, or storage facilities. That's the entire use category
It was granted to 72.
that was originally granted to 72.
And now we're going to copy that footprint in another whole second building, so to speak, the footprint of the building.
I believe that
Well,
if you,
more or
if you
less.
just indicate the same uses as exists or previously granted to 72 Minot Ave, I think you would suffice and answer the question. And then if you wanted to put, there shall not be residential use, or there shall not be strictly retail
Well, that's
use.
1A, B, and C are already here in this.
That's
so-
fine with me. To limit the residential and the straight retail is fine.
I know, Ken, you seem to be wanting to hang on to the Wareham Village 1. Are you okay with, you okay with a minor change?
Since I don't have to interpret the bylaw or the use list that is provided, it's fine with me.
Okay. Anybody in the board have an objection to this minor change? Okay. I think we can make that change and move on here. What else did you have to say?
The only other prohibition in this draft deals with an absolute prohibition about no overnight parking.
What number and what,
I am on the draft opinion number 18.
I see it, no overnight parking shall be allowed.
We really can't put ourselves in a position of telling all of the tenants that they can't use their service truck. You know, the plumbing truck can't stay there overnight for somebody to pick up early the next morning. That would certainly limit our ability to rent spaces on a commercial basis.
Yeah, I concur.
You're parking overnight now with the ambulance, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So get
I
them,
mean, everything's behind the building, but yeah, they're they're parking there.
I guess it makes sense, that's why you rent the space, to leave your truck there, right?
yeah. I don't have a problem striking number 18. Does anybody on the board have a problem striking number 18?
No.
And
Wilma? Okay.
I believe
I move to strike.
that those are our only concerns, although we would like an opportunity, because I haven't read the whole thing. Again, we've just been handed it, and if I have any other suggestions, I'll be glad to speak with Ken and see if we can just work them out on our own. I don't think, right now, I'm pretty confident that those are the only two issues.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Ken, would it be, Council, would it be possible that you edit, if Ken send you editable copy, and you could edit
The two things that we changed.
the two things together?
I'd be happy to do that if he can
That'd be
send it
okay,
in Word
and we can
format,
review it?
and I'll redline it so he can see exactly what I've revised, if anything.
So you could email him one?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Basically, we're taking out number 18,
Yes.
and we're changing
C.
C1B
C1,
and B.
And B, right.
what, C1 what?
C1B.
C1B. We're taking out C1B.
Well, we editing it, changing
We're
it,
editing it. Okay, I didn't know we were editing that.
and striking 18.
I thought on number 1, we were taking out the words of the Wareham Village 1
Yeah,
district.
Well,
Okay.
Lenny
Yeah,
would deal
but
with
I'll let wholesale.
Okay. And you're gonna alter B too, is that it? Okay. Okay, then, yeah. You're gonna send it to him, he's gonna edit it, and
Right.
And then Ken will,
we're all gonna
once he
genuflect.
approves it, then you can,
Okay. Any further discussion?
Do the design standards applicable to commercial developments apply here, in particular the architectural guidelines?
I don't know.
I think they just might, and I think that's the reason why they presented an architectural facade for the building and modified it in accordance with the comments.
so we have added awnings, which is what we were requested to do on certain portions of the exterior of the building, over the doorways, so that it took away from that flat look all the way down, which is what we were requested.
I can show you a picture if you like.
Sure. Gotcha.
So we added a metal, it'll be a metal facade canopy that'll go over the entrance, and it'll go from the entrance to the end of the building, and we'll put lights underneath.
Anything else? Does anybody have a motion to either grant or close, or can we close this hearing?
I make a motion, we close.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Carl and a second by Jan and Wilma, second, third, and fourth, to close the hearing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimous. The hearing's closed. So now we're looking for a motion to either grant or deny.
I make a motion that we grant as presented, except for the 18 and 1B, right? You're gonna
C,
work
C,
together?
CB, C1 and B.
C1,
And C1 and...
18.
Yep.
18, and C1B.
Okay, and we have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Wilma. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposes, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Ken, can you just put the date of the plan, AF,
Yes.
on the approval?
This is going
Yeah, it's under the,
It's 8/29/18.
yeah, I got
Oh, you
that.
have it?
It's already there.
This is this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Pass everything, guys.
Do we have it all back? You are allowed to keep it, but if you're not going to keep it, we want it. Okay.
All right, this side.
Carl, on your left elbow. Thank you. Thank you.
I guess, Ken, everyone has to go sign the decision, or we sign it now?
Let's sign that.
If you want to sign the decision, I think you want confirmation that the changes are appropriate.
So everybody could go there when
Or we can
you
do
guys-
it at the next meeting.
No, he
That'll-
probably
that'll
wants to
hold him
get
up.
going. Why don't, as soon as you get an answer from Len, is everybody, do you guys mind go by the, when Ken shoots you an email, good?
Mind
you
going
go
by to sign that, so that we don't sign it until we see the edits?
No problem.
Yeah, I'll go by.
Okay.
Wilma, when you have a chance?
Okay.
All right, very well. Okay, let's continue. Next public hearing, 17-18 RM Realty. I guess we have a letter to continue.
It was an email from Attorney Rich Cirque.
Right here.
What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 0, 0. What's this letter? You want this read in?
Yep.
Thank you, Ken. The petitioner hereby formally requests a continuance of the hearing from September 26, 2018 to October 10, 2018. Richard M. Cirque, Esquire. This is in regards to
The Waterways.
Waterways.
Okay, so he's requesting continuance
Okay.
to October 10. Do I have a motion to continue?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jen. All in favor, continue, say aye.
All right.
Oppose, abstain. So we continue till October 10 for the case 17-18.
Is that this one?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We're going to Bushman.
Okay, very well. 32-18, Steve Bushman, 20 Depot Street.
We're going to take this in a minute. You got enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on, hang it down.
Yeah. Before, here you go. Yeah. Does Wilma have one yet?
Yeah, she does.
She does?
Have one.
Okay. You want one? I'll take one. Bear with us for a second. The Zoning Board of Appeals will hold a public hearing on September 12, 2018, at 6:30 PM in Room 320 of the Wareham Multi-Service Center, 48 Marion Road, Wareham, Mass. 02571, to consider petition number 32-18 for a variance from the requirements of Article 6, Table 621, and Article 8, Section 824.1 of the Wareham zoning bylaws to Stephen Bushman, care of Bello and Bello, 184 Main Street, Wareham, Mass. 02571, seeking to raise an existing single-family dwelling and replace it with a new two-family structure in approximately the same location, located at 20 Depot Street, East Wareham, Mass., which is on Assessors Map 15, Lot 1003, in the MR30 zoning district. Go ahead.
Again, for the record, I recuse myself. Guess,
Oh, you're making me work tonight.
I know, you want to have Jen do it? Jen, you feel like doing it?
Go ahead.
Oh, Jim's better.
Jim's what? More
Better.
entertaining? Go ahead, Len.
All right, again, good evening. You have a packet in front of you. Part of that packet is a portion called a letter of intent, and I'll read that into the record. It addresses the statutory requirements and gives you some background and tells you exactly what we're looking for. Steve Bushman, who's seated with me, is 53 years old. He's a lifelong resident of Wareham, and he has grown up in the same house in which he now resides, which is at 19 Depot Street. And you'll notice the lot in question is 20 Depot Street. For the past 35 years, Stephen has been employed at Hiller Dodge, where he's a service and parts manager. He's also employed as a deputy sheriff with the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department. On March 20th, 2017, Stephen purchased a property at 20 Depot Street, on which there was an old abandoned single-family dwelling which was unfit for habitation. You have photos of that property in your packet. The property had been on the market for several years, and every year was deteriorating more and more. Stephen has already raised that property and has done so through the permit process. The lot in question, map 15, lot 1003, contains about 34,262 square feet of area and 163.39 feet of frontage on Depot Street. It's located in an MR30 zoning district. It is a conforming lot for a single-family home, and while the zoning district allows for multiple family use dwellings, the current zoning bylaw would require 200 feet of frontage and 45,000 square feet in area for a two-family dwelling. Therefore, there's a need for a variance for Stephen to carry out his plans. His intentions from the get-go were to raise the existing structure and build a new duplex in approximately the same location as the original dwelling, and if permitted, add a detached garage towards the rear of the lot with an accessory apartment above the garage. The living units are not being constructed for resale, but to provide family-friendly rental units. Mr. Bushman, who feels strongly about supporting our veterans, makes no bones about it. Veterans will be given preference in renting these units. All setback requirements will be met, and the lot is serviced by both town water and municipal sewerage. As for the statutory requirements, this lot is unique in that it is over 34,000 square feet in an area that the town in an area of town that consists for the most part of lots under 10,000 square feet. The lot is located at the corner of Depot and Tyler Ave, both of which are public ways. It actually has 163 feet of frontage on Depot Street and an additional 230 feet of frontage on Tyler Ave. The hardship affecting the property is that it housed a single-family home that had been abandoned, was uninhabitable due to neglect. And because of its condition, the dwelling posed a danger to the neighborhood and became an attractive nuisance to homeless persons and children. There's no detriment to the neighborhood by allowing this variance, as close by there are multiple family dwellings on lots, each of which are less than half the size of the lot in question. And I give you the examples. 23 Depot Street has a two-family home with 15,000 square foot lot. 17 Depot Street has a two-family with 8,310 square feet of area on the lot. 140 Minot Ave has a four-family, and that's on a 9,400 square foot lot. At 33 Depot Street, which is directly across the street from our lot, there's a three-family dwelling on a lot smaller than the petitioner's lot. Granting the petitioner the relief being requested in no way derogates from the intent of the bylaw, as the lot is already zoned for multiple family residential use. Furthermore, on a practical note, granting the variance is beneficial for both the neighborhood and the town. A blight has been torn down. A new modern dwelling will be replacing it. The neighborhood's property values will increase, a lack of housing is being addressed, and a neglected class of people are given preference for a change. The petitioner lives in this same neighborhood, has done so his entire life. He is highly unlikely to build anything he will not be proud of or fail to maintain. The petitioner is not without experience. He is the person who built a similar duplex on 17 Depot Street, and it too is being rented. The town would like nothing better than to see the entire street look like 17 Depot Street. You have pictures of that property in your book. It is certainly by far the nicest looking property on the street, and it's the best kept property in the entire neighborhood. It should be noted, before coming before this board, Mr. Bushman appeared before the selectmen at one of their regularly scheduled meetings and passed by them as the town's governing body this proposal, but on a larger scale, planning 6 rental units as a 40B project. The selectmen gave him a unanimous vote of confidence. They cited the benefits to the existing neighborhood, the commercial nature of many of the surrounding properties like the school, the liquor store, Depot Auto, Citizens Bank, and multiple family dwellings, etc. Mr. Bushman has decided to cut back on that project and taking into consideration all of the neighbors concerned, and is now seeking the 3 units that he's requesting. I think it's worthwhile to take a look at the pictures that I've submitted to you in Section E of the package. The first 2 or 3 are the house that's been torn down, the uninhabitable structure. The next photos are the photos of the existing duplex that he built on this street. I drive by this every single day. It's not cleaned and nicely cut lawn for show and tell. It's the way that property looks every single day that I've driven by it. So I think that his request is reasonable. I think it's a benefit. It's certainly a benefit to this neighborhood, and I think it helps us address some needs in the town.
And that's on the board there,
That is a drawing of what is proposed to be built.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Before I go to the board, are there any members in the audience this evening who would like to speak in favor of this project? Please come forward, sir, state your name for the record, make your favorable comments.
My name is Anthony Montron. I live at 43 Tyler Avenue, across from the property that he's proposing to build this establishment. My mother and I agreed with him. He's done a fantastic job maintaining the property since he raised it, and I think the board should allow him to do what he wants to do with the property.
Thank you for your comments. Is
Even
there
though he
anybody
said-
else who, go ahead.
Even though he said his property's better than yours?
I said that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Reverend Russell, I'm at 21 Depot Street, and I'm on a butter to the current development that was developed by Steve Bushman and is maintained by and gives full consideration to the neighbors, and he'd be a fantastic person to develop this current project, and his emphasis on veterans' preference is more than appreciated by me and I'm sure the entire veterans community. So I would definitely push forward for favorable granting of this.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else who would like to come forward in favor of this project? Hearing none. Are there any members in the audience this evening that would like to speak opposed to this project? Come forward and state your name.
Patrick Sullivan.
Come to the microphone so I can...
Patrick Sullivan. I live at 38 Tyler Avenue. And whereas I think Steve has done a fabulous job maintaining the property and taking down the old residence, it was a hazard, and I agree with that. It was dilapidated and not in good shape. However, and I don't oppose the project, however, I do.
You don't oppose?
I do, kind of. Well, yes, I'll say I do. But I have concerns about traffic in the neighborhood. We also have concerns in that neighborhood about, well, there's been drug dealing, just to put it bluntly, and it happens in that neighborhood. And I think adding, we have Union Pond down the end of the street, which is a large 40B, housing type projects. And then we have, is it Depot Crossing? I think they changed the name of it recently. There's another housing project down the street. The triple home that's also directly across the street from his building. I just don't know that we need more multi-family complexes in the neighborhood. I'd rather see the neighborhood remain as single-family dwellings like it was originally built. I have children, my neighbors have children. We're often calling the police about riffraff in the neighborhood. I don't know if Officer Baptiste can attest to that, but I've certainly called enough. And I know that Steve putting his development on the property would be fabulous, because I know he has done a great job of maintaining the property. I just don't know that we need another, and I recognize the fact that veterans, it's important to house veterans. However, no one's going to let a house go empty. If he can't get a veteran, he'll get someone. And that's nothing to do, and Steve's got to make money. He's got to pay for the place, and that's understandable. But I have some concerns about having that. And we're very close to one another. So when he said, I didn't realize there was going to be a garage in the back with an apartment on top of it. Is that right? A rentable apartment? Okay, so that puts a renter. Is that on the back of the property near?
Please direct your questions through the board.
Sorry. Only because I don't know much about this project. I know that he reduced the size of the project, but I don't know what the new layout looks like, and I'm just hearing it right now, just like you guys. So those are my concerns, because I have a small lot. I have a very small lot, and if he puts a rentable apartment and a garage at the back, which you got to get rid of trash, so there's going to be a dumpster back there. And that's all going to be right there in my backyard, and that concerns me.
Okay.
So it's going to be two apartments, and the third one on top of the... Did you see his property? If you want to talk about police response, do you know what our police response was on the prior property?
I addressed that. I do think that, but a single family would do the same.
If you want to... Do you know what, it was a 17 Depot, the activity we had there before? And how many?
I do, I'm a neighbor, I've lived there for 15 years.
And how much we have now?
I'm not disagreeing.
So,
I stated I
see that
for the record,
he's a good landlord, he maintains that place, the lot's beautiful.
You're adding 3 families in that one lot.
And he could have did a 40B, right?
He could have, but I wanted to be right here if he did the 40B.
And you know how that ends up, too, so.
I do.
Okay.
I think we've cut it down. He's cut it down. The selectmen's, gave a green light for 6, or their support. He's cut it down to 3. I think it looks good, seeing how he's not a scumlord at all. So he's going to get my support on this, and I'm 1 vote, so.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming up. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak in opposition to the gentleman? If you want to have a conversation, have it outside the hearing, please. Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak in opposition to this project? Hearing none, I'd like to turn to the board. Wilma, do you have any questions of the applicant?
he wants to make a two-family home out of this house he's gonna tear down. But there's always, it was mentioned by Carl, that there is an apartment on the property. And the size of the property does.
I think you're misinterpreting Wilmer. He's torn everything down. Right now, it's a vacant lot.
But,
He's going to build a two-family with a garage, and he's going to put an
no,
apartment
he's
over
got
the
a
garage.
garage back here, already built, with an accessory apartment.
He's proposing that, there's nothing there now.
That's
What you're saying is a proposal.
But they show the proposed building being built, and when you look on the page before, you see the one that wants to be torn down. It doesn't show that this accessory
I'm
apartment.
sorry, what's the question?
No, I'm just making a statement.
Oh, okay.
that Three apartments on one lot we should consider and find out more about the, how they connect to the garage. That's all.
If I can just respond,
Sure, go ahead.
and that is two things I'd like to mention. One is, this lot is 34,000 square feet.
Yeah.
The lots that currently have 2 and 3 families on them are under 10,000 square feet. So in proportion to the other lots on the street, this lot is 3 times the size of the other lots that have dwellings on them. We're not introducing a two-family dwelling into a neighborhood that doesn't already have commercial uses and multiple family uses. They're already there. The second thing I just want to point out is on 17, which is the photos you have, Mr. Bushman lives directly behind that building. His entrance to his home is off of Depot Ave, but it's a long driveway, and his house is directly behind it. He's been there his entire life. You couldn't ask for a better scenario to have a landlord living in the neighborhood who has got to answer to the neighbors and to oversee his tenants than somebody living there who has lived there not just for a week or 2 weeks and is likely to be out, but has lived there his entire life and has worked in town his entire life. So I think that should ease people's concerns that there's going to be something on that property that's going to be less than what is on 17 Depot Street. And that design is very similar to the design that you have photos of in Section E.
Thank you for your response. Wilma, do you have any other questions or comments?
No.
No, thank you. How about Jake, turn all the way down to the other end?
I think the project looks good.
Okay. Jan, do you have anything to ask of?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just, I suppose I'm curious to hear more about the actual breakup of the apartments and the size of each apartment.
Apartments in the duplex are 1,250 square feet apiece.
Okay,
It's top and bottom,
one up, one down?
one up, one down. Yep.
Okay.
And the garage apartment would be 1,000 square feet.
Studio type or bedroom and?
Two bedrooms. Two bedrooms, laundry downstairs on the back side of the
You said
apartment.
1,000 over the garage? I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 1,000 over the
Yeah,
garage.
very
too.
comfortable.
And then,
We're looking for long-term tenants, so they're not moving, you know what I mean? So
Yep.
we'll build them adequate.
and where will parking be?
Parking would be on the back side of, we have the paperwork here, right?
Yep.
It would be on the back side of the house, and then the apartment would give them one stall with a bay. For the upstairs, you'd pull right in.
Yep.
So the upstairs, the apartment over the garage would actually,
Have one of the bays.
one of the bays, it's a two-car garage, they'll be in one side of it?
Correct. The other bay would be for property maintenance, plow,
Okay.
lawnmowers, shovels, rakes versus going back and forth from one house to
Gotcha.
the other.
Okay. So two 1,200 square foot, two-bedroom apartments in the building and one 1,000 square foot, two-bedroom over the garage.
Correct, sir.
The garage resident will have indoor parking for a car assigned. Jan, any other questions? Carl?
I have nothing.
Come on. Yeah.
No, it's Carl.
I have nothing.
Nazi? Even though he's not
Counselor,
voting.
yeah, I know, I still not convinced where's the hardship to grant a variance for 3 units.
Well, the hardship it truly existed when there was a dilapidated home on the property that somebody needed to address, and it wasn't being addressed by the town. So you need to attract somebody to come in and make it financially worthwhile, to raise that building and build something else there, that you can do it in a financially reasonable manner and build something of quality. So the hardship was what existed when he purchased the property, and now it's just a vacant lot.
Yeah, but if, I mean, we all know that the hardship is based on the topographic shape of the lot, not of the conditions of the property.
Well, it also affects the size of the lot, deals
Right.
with the shape of the lot, plus it's a corner lot. So one of the issues is frontage. This property really has over 400 feet of frontage.
I don't doubt the frontage, but the footage.
The footage is enough to build a single-family home. The question is, it's not financially feasible to just build a single-family home there. And it doesn't address the problem that he is looking to address, and that is housing for veterans.
Why didn't you go with the 40B, with the 6 units?
Just on account of conflicts with the neighbors. There was some touching, so we toned it right down.
Well,
So Mike, you'd rather have a friendlier atmosphere than
They're all neighbors.
adversarial? If you went 40B, you could absolutely get granted 6 units on that site by state rules and regulations, and rather than jam something down your neighbor's throats, you're trying to...
20 units per acre, so it'd be 12 per 34,000.
And
Okay.
just for your knowledge, I actually have the video of the selectmen's hearing that he appeared at, where the selectmen were very much in favor of the 40B project, and cited the reasons they were in favor of that project. And I've cited them in my
Sorry,
my letter of intent.
Nazi, I kind of stepped over your...
yeah, but
Go ahead.
with all due respect, I still don't see a hardship. So I know I can't vote on the thing, but I recommend that the board be careful how to approach these matters. There's another way to do it. If he's willing to put a deed rider on the property to be accounted being affordable housing for veterans.
I don't know that he can do that legally.
You can put a deed rider.
You can put deed riders, but I don't know that you can discriminate against other persons.
Well, he could do a deed rider for affordable housing, don't have to be for veterans.
These are rental units.
Rental for affordable.
I don't know that that's defined.
I would strongly recommend that the board give it a thought, maybe councilor could check.
Let me ask, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So councilor, maybe you could check on the deed rider affordable. And I strongly disagree with granting variances that just based on the house was dilapidated. That's my opinion, I don't have a vote, but you guys could decide what you want. And maybe you could go and come back, see what's the story, maybe you could get a deed rider, come back with the answer for it.
I think that we would like to have the vote.
I make a motion,
We should be entitled to the variance.
That's fine. You could make a
Motion
motion to
to
close it if you want.
Well, I have a couple questions myself. And he mentioned a deed rider, I assume that's what you said, rider?
Deed rider, yeah.
Yeah, deed rider. I'm wondering if there'd be any appropriateness to a possible deed rider that would cause there to be a 30-day or a 60-day period of taking applications for veterans only or affordable only prior to, I mean, if the place sits vacant for 60 days, then, okay, the rider is too restrictive, we don't want it to go vacant. Sometimes when they foreclose on a home, they say for the first 30 days, the only people that can make an offer are people that are gonna live in the house. Is there any way we could restrict this, that if the place goes vacant for the first 30 days, the only people that can apply to live there are veterans?
I don't think we have that authority.
Do we have that, do we even have that latitude?
I don't believe you do. You're trying to restrict the alienation of property, and I don't think that that's the appropriate approach to be taking at a zoning matter.
I don't know. I'm asking the question because
History-
the question was raised.
I think history is the best judge, and history here says that there is a similar building that he's constructed on an 8,300 square foot lot with the permission of the town boards, in that he has rented that, and it has remained in great condition. And people in the neighborhood, even the opposition, says that that's accurate, and the people in there have done well, i.e. they're not bringing plight to the neighborhood, they're not creating crime issues to the neighborhood. So I think he's done a good job trying to legally screen as best he is allowed to the people that he rents to, and if there are veterans that are interested in the homes, they're going to know that they will have preference over others, but we can't restrict it to veterans, we can't restrict it to old people, we can't restrict it to young people, and we can't restrict it to people.
I understand. I threw it out there because it was brought up and I wanted more discussion on it.
I think it's really a question of what the town wants.
Say it again?
Do you have anything else?
Do I have anything else? Well,
I want to make a motion to close this.
would somebody like to make a motion?
To close.
You can.
Make it.
I don't want to.
No,
You want-
I mean, the only thing I have to say is positive. I'm very familiar with what Mr. Bushman's done in the neighborhood. I'm satisfied with his...
Make a motion, we close and take a vote.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So it's been motioned and seconded that we close this hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimously passes to close the hearing, so I'd be entertaining a motion on this application.
I make a motion, we grant as presented for the 3 apartments on 19 Depot. Steve Bushman.
20 Depot.
20 Depot, sorry.
Do I have a second on that? From anybody, if nobody else will...
I'll second that.
Thank you, Jake. So I have a motion to grant as requested. I have a second by Jake. All in favor of granting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
We have a passed, we have 410.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, why don't you
Passes.
take-
Huh? No conditions.
Why don't you take the Eurasha, the neighbors, so that I'm going that way?
Say that again?
Take the one you tabled.
Yeah.
Mine was granted for them in that case.
Yeah. So, I want to get this one signed, but the folks that tabled it, are you ready to come back forward? Okay, we're going to do some paperwork here, but come on up and get your mob ready.
No, yeah, Jake. Jake, send in for now.
What happened to my pen? There it is. This is the 20 Bushman, 20 special. What are we granting, a variance, correct?
Variance.
Grant.
The letter, the denial letter.
Yeah, we have the letter.
410, no conditions, standard conditions.
Ken, did you find the denial letter for this property?
Yeah, I did. Jasmine forwarded it to me.
Okay, he'll read it into the record.
Thank you.
We have one that had to leave because she works nights.
If you hand it up, we'll read it into the record.
If you guys want to sign this last one here, Carl, thank you. This is the new one, or this is, which one is
No.
this?
This is the one, this is Boschman.
This is both, okay, we'll put everything back in
This
here.
is a letter for a lady who came but had to leave to go work in my street.
While we're signing that last one, I'm going to read this one into the record. Handwritten and dated this evening, Town Hall meeting. It's actually a ZBA meeting, but I, Karen Fitchner-Meyer of 5 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass., and my husband, Bod, I'm having a hard time reading the name, but it's Fitch-Tenemy or something like that, are in agreement with neighbor Cheryl and Steve Yushara of 9 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass., in regards to building the following planned in-law within basement for Cheryl's mother residence in the near future. We have given our total support and have no issues or concerns with the following proposed plans within our neighborhood. We are unable to stay the remaining time with this town meeting due to working night shift. For your information, feel free to call if you have any more questions. Signed and their phone numbers. We'll add that to the file on Bushara. Did you guys sign that last one?
Yeah, we did.
Did you sign in opposition? We folded that away. Thank you for tabling and coming back.
Do you want me to read the denial letter?
Please.
From David Requena, Director of Inspectional Services, to Stephen and Cheryl Yerusha, August 30th, 2018, 9 Jordan Road, Wareham, Mass. I have reviewed your application to construct an accessory apartment within the walkout basement portion of your newly constructed dwelling. The accessory apartment use is not permitted in the R130 zoning district, and therefore your application must be denied at this time. Furthermore, a variance must be applied for and secured from the Wareham Zoning Board of Appeals in order to continue with your proposal. Your application to create an accessory apartment in the R130 zoning district is being denied under the following sections of the Wareham zoning bylaw. Article 3, Section 320, Table of Principal Use Regulations. The accessory apartment use is not a permitted use in the R130 district and requires a use variance from the Wareham Zoning Board of Appeals. Article 14, Section 1470, Use Variances. The Board of Appeals is specifically empowered to grant variances from the restrictions imposed by this bylaw as to use. The subject building is located in the R130 zoning district. Respectfully, David Requena, Building Commissioner, Zoning Enforcement Officer.
So if I heard that right, basically what they're asking us to vote on is a use variance.
Correct.
Does everybody hear that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, in my recollection is that in these circumstances where people have come before us wanting to convert, in this instance, a walkout basement or even build an accessory structure for an aging parent, it has been our practice to pretty consistently grant that.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so before we go forward, one of the reasons we tabled this was because you had some people from the neighborhood that were going to come in. So I look to the audience now. Are there any other members in the audience that have arrived since we tabled this earlier that would like to speak in favor of this project? Come forward, sir, and speak into the microphone. State your name and address and your agreement or disagreement.
Dave Westcott, 6 Jordan Road, and we entirely support, my wife and I, who can't stay here today, both support what Cheryl and Steve are trying to do. We have no problem with that whatsoever.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the audience that would like to come forward and speak in favor of this application?
Hi, Matt Cunha, 8 Jordan Road. Full support of Steve and Cheryl's plan for their house.
And you are?
Suzanne Gauthier.
Say it again?
Suzanne Gauthier, 8 Jordan Road. So, I mean, her mom has medical issues. I'm a nurse. I don't see what the big deal is at this.
So you're in favor of this? Okay.
Only much so.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you both for coming in. Is there anybody else here this evening that would like to come and speak in favor of this application?
In this room too many times. Skip Sarnelli, 11 Long Meadow Drive, Chairman of the Wareham Veterans Council.
And with you?
Jean Sarnelli, 11 Long Meadow Drive, Wareham.
Go ahead. Are you speaking for both of you, or are you going to each speak?
Got something to say.
Okay, so you go first. Gentlemen before ladies, sir. Go ahead.
I've known these people for a long time, and I think that what we got to look at is not this apartment downstairs, but somebody taking care of an elderly person who lives over 50 miles away. And I give them credit for that. I did it to my mother years ago, so I'm all in favor for it.
Thank you for your comments. And ma'am, you'd like to make some comments?
Absolutely. I know Cheryl's mother very well. We've known these people for over 6 years, and they're a wonderful couple to be welcomed into Wareham. And I think it's very commendable that they're taking in her mother, and I hope someday my children do the same thing.
Well, thank you for your comments, too. Is there anybody else in the audience this evening that would like to come forward and speak in favor of this application? Hearing none, I'm still going to turn and ask if there's anybody in the audience this evening that would like to come up at this time and speak in opposition to this application. Hearing none, I turn back to the board. In light of the most recent testimony, do you have any comments, Wilma?
I just feel that, according to David's comment, that there shouldn't be an apartment built in R130. It's a bylaw, and I won't consider it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're voting on a use variance. So what do we need for a vote for this? A majority?
4.
We need 4.
4 out of
We
5.
need 4 out of 5. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people here, so. Jake, you got any comments, questions for these applicants?
Nothing.
Jan?
I've said, what?
Carl?
I have nothing.
All that said, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second? By me? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? You opposed?
Oh, I abstain.
You abstain?
Yep.
On closing the public hearing?
Oh, well, we can close the public hearing, sorry.
So you're in favor of closing the public
I
hearing?
am. Believe
Okay.
me, I am.
Thank you. So now I'm looking for a motion on either granting or denying this application.
I'd make a motion to grant the application.
Could I get a second on that? Jake, would you make a second on that? To grant?
Not at this time.
Not at this time? Carl, you won't second it? You're opposed, so you won't second it? I'll second it if that's what it's necessary to take a vote. So I second the motion to grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
2 opposed, 2 ayes, and Carl, you're abstaining?
Abstaining.
I'm sorry, it doesn't pass at this time. You got,
Could I have a copy of the letter that you have?
From the neighbor.
From the neighbor? Because those are false accusations, and I've been slandered.
it's in the record, yeah, you can, yeah, sure, you should.
Slandered publicly, so
I don't have a photocopier here,
I'd
absolutely.
really like to address
I don't
this.
have a photocopy here, absolutely, you can come into the office during the week, request that, and you're...
Hey, what time tomorrow morning will you be there?
I won't be there at all, but there'll be somebody there.
Would there be anyone willing to reconsider with the condition that we've imposed in the past that the unit can never be rented to,
So that it becomes an in-law apartment, and it's a deeded use, and that
Which-
upon
Whatever.
the expiration of this use, it's no longer, the kitchen has to be removed?
Well, I don't know about removal, but just that it
Can't be-
always, it could never be rented for, that it's simply.
How do you feel about that, Wilma? Are you willing to reconsider under those terms?
I believe that's the condition
No?
that we've imposed
Carl?
in the past.
Are you willing to reconsider under those conditions?
I abstain.
You abstained. Jake? You still don't have 4 votes. We got an abstention and a no.
Yeah, I'm a little lost as to
We got-
the change in our board's practices
Well,
right now. That's all.
I would like to make our denial
I
to
was
be,
told that there was-
excuse me, we can only talk one at a time. If we're going to deny, I'd like to make the denial to be without prejudice, so that you can reapply at a future time. If we do it with prejudice, you can't come back for 2 years. I'd like to add the condition that this be without prejudice. Is that okay with the rest of the board?
You've already,
We already denied?
you haven't taken action that would support the,
Okay. So they're denied with prejudice, they cannot come back?
no, it's not, it's without prejudice.
It is without prejudice. So these, no, we've closed the public portion of this, you can't say anything. Sorry. So, there's been a vote,
He wants to buy my house back.
so there's been a vote,
False
that's the end of the
pretenses by your
story.
chairman.
You can talk all you want, there's been a vote. It's without prejudice, if you'd like to reapply,
Well, it's
seek
all the same
seek counsel and reapply. If you want a copy of that letter, go to the office, they'll get you a copy of that letter.
Thank you.
Thank you
Please
for your
send me there
time.
at 8:15.
I'm sorry, your application's been denied.
8:15, someone will be in
Okay.
the office.
It's okay. Thank you.
I had to run to the restroom.
Okay, let's go. This was a variance, denied. And the vote was 2, 2, and 1.
I abstained.
So when we deny, do we still sign, everybody signs it, or we don't even need to?
No, there was no action taken.
It was voted down.
Right. What I'll do is I'll file with the town clerk the vote, note that it
Okay.
did not pass.
And that's Yushara, denied.
All right, 33-1896 LLC, Farringham Road.
Jimmy, you're supposed to wake me up.
Yep, see, you woke up.
Thank you. Robert Perry for the petitioner.
Just give us 5 minutes for Jen to come back, please.
3318.
So, shall I wait?
Please, just
2 minutes.
just so,
Whatever the board says.
Do we need to read this one in?
No, this is a continued hearing.
Okay.
It was read in already, right?
Pardon me?
This was a continued hearing,
Yes,
correct?
this is a continued hearing from 2 weeks ago. Jim, Nazi, Carl, and Jake were here.
Jan was not.
Jan, no, that's why I asked if I should wait. She was not here. Wilma was not here.
Wilma was not here.
No, just the 4 of you.
And we need somebody to read the, what are we doing? Are we, you're chairing this one, aren't you? I'll shut up.
All right, very well, it's still open. You don't want to apply the Mullen Rule?
Oh, excuse me.
You wanna,
Shall I begin?
You
Because
can.
I was before you 2 weeks ago, and I spoke to my first issue, which is
Want to wait
asking to
until Jan gets
overturn...
back?
you wanna apply the Mullen Rule? So if you wanna use the Mullen Rule, Jane could sit back on it.
The Mullen Rule allows her to review the minutes, and then she can vote.
She did.
And she did.
Rick was already here.
Yes, that's fine. That's
Okay, then we'll wait for her to come
Then
back.
we'll wait for her. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay. So here's
Which means I start over again complete,
Two.
right?
one for Jake. Does Jake need to be on, have a set of this, so he can ask questions? Does Wilma have a copy? I have a copy. You want a copy? Just enough copies.
That would be interesting.
gives me a chance to see. This is that lot. I shouldn't be talking until she gets back, sorry. Yep, 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 okay. So where's,
All right,
Thank you for your patience.
okay.
I'm always patient.
Jan, you weren't here last time. Did you read the minutes? You feel comfortable to jump back in?
I did read the minutes,
All right, and you're comfortable to get back in?
yes.
All right, very well. Public hearing's still open. The floor is yours, sir.
I was before you 2 weeks ago, and I'm probably going to say more than I would have in order to help to bring Attorney Kendrick up to date. I'm representing 96 Realty LLC, and by the way, I'm Robert Perry. As regards a 34,000, actually 31,433 square foot lot of land on the corner of Ferring Hill Road and Squirrel Island Road. I've asked you, first of all, to overturn the decision of the building inspector in denying the lot. Now, I didn't tell you last time, but I went to David
Requena.
probably 4 months before I did anything about this. And I asked him about the lot, and the position he took at that time, I think is the position he's still taking. And it's that you can cross a street to add area of frontage to a lot to make it good. Now, I know that on frontage you can't, because there's case law on that. There's case law even on the same street, you can't do it. Can't separate your frontage. It has to be continuous.
Contiguous?
And your area has to be contiguous. Nevertheless, I had to go before him after I got the Form A plan approved, showing the lot. And his issue was that this was a part of Lot 1009. In fact, if you go to the tax collector and the assessors, the address for this lot on the corner of Ferring Hill Road and Squirrel Island Road is 33 Blackmore Pond Road, which totally threw me when I first went there, looking them to sign off so I could go before the planning board on this. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense, but it does make some sense. It's because it came out of the larger parcel. However, this lot was cut off from any other land that could have been combined with it by the formation of Squirrel Island Road. Now, I've brought Squirrel Island Road in the past back into the 1800s. I didn't do it for your purposes. I've given you a plan of Plymouth County that brings it back to 1903. Plenty good enough, because all I have to bring you back to is when zoning changed from 30,000 to 60,000. I don't have to go back to 1951 on this deal. I gave you, as part of the packet that I gave Mr. Requena when I applied for small lot exemption, the deeds to this piece of property and the deeds to the only other piece of property that touches this. This is a triangular parcel, which means only to the north is there an abutter. That abutter, once again, I can tell you from going back in history, because my title comes from that, came from the 1800s. I brought you today, and I brought Mr. Requena back to 1946, because it was before zoning. At that time, Mr. Shirtliff, who owned the big parcel, including everything that I own, conveyed to the Sumanens. The Sumanens passed on, and the property went to their son, Ed Sumanen, who then conveyed it out to the second previous owner, the owner who owns it before now, who owned it all of the time up until it was just purchased 10 years ago by a new owner. So there's almost no change in title. It was never available to be combined with this lot from at least the time I've given you, which is a deed into the Sumanens. Unless this board feels, as Mr. Requena does, that you can cross over a road and add area from the other side of a road, be it Ferring Hill Road or Squirrel Island Road or whatever road, then this is a grandfathered lot. That's all there is to it. Now, last time, at the conclusion of this hearing, the board asked me to go back, because they said I made a pretty good argument here, and present it to Mr. Requena. Well, I went back to David, and I gave him the same package I gave you. And if you look at his denial letter, he talks to the road. He says he doesn't know anything about the road in my package, and he's correct. I did not give him any information on the road as I've given you. Well, when I talked to him about this, after giving him my package, I don't care about the road. I believe that this land was in common ownership after 1951. He was going to look at this package and call me on my cell phone. I haven't heard back from him. I told him I would be back before you tonight in the event I didn't hear from him. I've been doing this a long time, and I have no question. This is a grandfathered lot, and I'm asking you to overturn it. Now, I understand you don't like to do that, and I appreciate that. In the alternative, I've asked for a variance. We didn't talk at all about my request for variance last time because we closed the hearing with me going back to talk to David and see if he would reconsider. Apparently, he has no intention of reconsidering, and so you tell me what you want me to do. Do you want me to go forward on my variance, or do you believe, as I do, that this is a grandfathered lot?
Go ahead.
Actually, you're chairman.
Lot A, according to what David's saying, the commissioner, so it was not formally subdivided as Lot A until June 28. So it was subdivided in 2016, he's saying?
Yeah, and I've never understood that. You asked me that last time. I have no idea what he's talking about. He was unable to tell me what he was talking about.
What was that lot subdivided off prior? Was it common ownership of the lot next door was 74?
The other side of Squirrel Island Road is part of Lot 1009. 1009 has been, a number of Form A lots have been taken out of that, along Blackmore Pond Road and along Squirrel Island Road.
So David's case is he doesn't know when the, so let's put it this way. If David believes that the road's been there prior to 51, would that convince him that it's a grandfather lot?
He told me, in fact, he got rather upset with me. He said, I don't give a damn about the road, okay? Because I told him that I told this board 2 weeks ago that the issue with the road was my fault, that I didn't include anything in my package that I gave David about the road. I said to you guys, I assumed that he understood it was an ancient way. I didn't give him anything. That's my fault. I have given it to you. I'm happy to go back and give it to him, and I did.
And you gave it to him, it's still...
I gave him the same exact package I gave you, and I explained to him what was in it.
He still believes it's not a grandfather lot?
Well,
He does not.
He hasn't adjusted.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Here's where I'm a little confused with his response. He's got 4 bulleted items, the 4th of which is basically that I'm not able to render a decision. Okay, so...
You're looking at the denial letter.
The
Yep, I have it
denial
in front
letter.
of me.
So of the first 3 bullets, bullet 2 and bullet 3 seem to be self-contradictory. He says Lot A was not created, and then in bullet 3, he says when the road was created. So either it was created or it wasn't created, but
To clarify, there's 2 different things here. They're talking about, one is the way, the right-of-way and the road being created. The other is the lot being created. When a lot line is
The lot's created,
established.
with all due respect, Ken, when it's split off from all other land.
And it was done in 2016.
No, the lot was shown on a plan in 2016. The lot was split off by Squirrel Island Road. Actually, I think it was like, and I'm going off memory now, something like 1858, when the big parcel, Papa George parcel, which I should say the Handy parcel, and the Shirtlet parcel, both came into being by striking a line right down the middle when Humphreys and some of these other guys were involved had a problem. And at that point, Squirrel Island Road was in existence. I've only brought you back to 1903, because that's all I need. But it was in existence, and this little triangle was separated from any other land in common ownership at that point in time.
And at what point in time?
Actually, I'll tell you, in the
1900
1800s, but certainly by 1901, I show you that without...
And where is it?
If I show you the, just a minute, let me look at my index. I have given you, Jan, a plan here. I can find my own index, gotta be the next page. Exhibit 2. It's a plan, no, not Exhibit 2. Oh, Exhibit 7, 1903 Highway Map of Plymouth County.
I'm missing, I didn't get a full, oh, here, yeah, okay.
You got a package there?
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, very simply, 1903, that Squirrel Island Road shows on the plan. And that's separated, whatever is now the Lot 1009, the northerly part from the southerly part. Or the westerly part from the easterly part, I guess I should say properly.
So it's Dave's contention that a lot can exist on both sides of a road. Is that what I'm interpreting?
That is what he told me several months ago. That is what he inferred to me in the
That the
very
road
brief time he talked to me this week.
The existence of the road
What am I missing?
doesn't create the separation.
That's apparently David's position, and I don't want to speak for David, but that's what I
Well, I'm just trying
understand
to get
his
where, yeah,
position to be. And that's what I think his letter says.
I'm trying to get where everybody, yeah, so,
If I may, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Law 1009 and 1000-2-3-1, were these at one point connected to parcel A?
Never. Not since Squirrel Island Road, well, not since at least that 1901 date. I don't want to start throwing around dates that I don't have documents in front of you for. but-
So parcel A, since 1946, it's been standing alone, no one else, was never held in contiguous ownership around it.
Well, really since 1901, but I'm
Right,
giving you the
46 is
1946
plenty.
because I'm saying in 1946, I suppose the owner of parcel A could have bought the land next door from Suman's and combined it at that point in time. Wasn't that point in time what was zoning, 500 square feet?
Say that again, when the one next door?
Well, in 1946, there was a
Yes.
lot available for sale next door. So I suppose one could argue, well, at that point in time, Handy's could have bought that lot that Suman's took over from Handy, and Handy was Suman's,
but at that point in time, did the zoning require 60,000 square feet?
I don't know what it required. I mean, at that point in time, we were dividing up in some of the town 500 square foot lots.
Correct.
So that's what I said. I mean, I don't have to go back to even when zoning came in. I only have to go back to when we went from 30 to 60 in that zone. And sometime
I
in the...
wonder what's, I don't understand what's David basing it on. Charlie, do you have any intake on
Based on
that?
our original conversation.
Based on this plan here, it shows the lot, parcel A being created, and saying it's not a buildable lot.
On this 2016,
The 2016 plan is when this lot was,
He states that that's the only known drawing that shows it as job number 127919.
Do you have a plan for that lot, parcel A, prior to 2016?
No,
prior
there
to-
were no plans. No, the answer is no.
Okay. So when GAF subdivided, made that plan, where did he get the parcel from? How did he come up with that parcel?
Parcel, call it parcel A?
Parcel A.
I instructed them because I was told that I would have to have a plan to show you. So I did a plan. I included a couple of lots over on the other side of Square Island Road. In fact, actually, at that time, no, out on Blackmore Pond Road. We got about four plans. I'm
Let
not sure
me
which ones.
say something.
Go ahead.
So GAF implemented this lot the way it was before?
Yes, this is a drawing showing it exactly how it has been
Since at least
1901.
946. Oh, at least 946.
1946, at an absolute minimum.
Okay. I don't know. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor against that? I hear none. So, Ken, do you understand it more than I do? I mean, you getting what's David basing it on?
he's based on the fact that the parcel is only shown the first time on this plan in 2016.
so it wasn't formally, and that's when he's saying it was formally subdivided.
Right.
And so...
That was when it was created. And so it doesn't conform to zoning because it was created at this time.
I got you.
Except that with all due respect, that was when it was first shown on a plan, not when it was created.
Well, that's how it's created, by being shown on a plan.
You don't have a previous plan at all showing that lot? Any plans on record?
No, no. I find no plans on record showing that lot.
Charlie, you familiar with that property at all?
I know about where it is. I've never done any title search on that, but the fact that a parcel of land was never shown on a...
Can you turn your microphone on? He's,
It is on.
okay,
At least the light's on.
the light's on.
I can hear him fine.
The fact that a parcel of land was not shown on a previous plan for some reason doesn't negate it as being a parcel of land. Still there. Presumably, it's a part of a deed at some point in time. And I assume that's a part of Mr. Perry's documentation that he submitted to you. The fact that it now gets shown on a plan, at least it's been created in terms of definition, separated by Squirrel Island Road, which is an old road. It's been there for as long as I can remember. I can't establish for you specifically whether it's simply an ancient way, whether it's a town way. The town has provided some access and service over the years for that road with plowing it. But it definitely is divided by a road which presently serves as frontage for other lots. You've got multiple houses that are further down on Squirrel Island Road. If it wasn't considered a road,
Oh, yeah, absolutely, it's a
having the
road.
lots created, because somebody had to determine that it was adequate for that purpose. I think the only, as the way I'm looking at it, is that if it's an undersized lot in terms of the frontage, was there any other land at any time that was attached to that, Bob, that was on that side of Squirrel Island Road?
No, never. I mean, never as far back as I might have to go.
And it was never owned by the same individual that owns the abutting property that you know of?
No, from sometime in the 1850s, one side, everything on one side of Square Island Road basically was owned by Handy's.
If I may,
The other side was owned by Shirtless. And this one little triangle, as well as incidentally, one little triangle that I own on the east side, that your prior building commissioner approved as a buildable lot.
The only parcel that's in question, so we're not going across the street. It's
No.
definitely a road, absolutely.
No, I don't think you can.
Right, exactly. Map 74, lot 1005, the Jackson, Philip and Julia Jackson. Would this lot ever been held in common ownership with that lot?
In the mid-1800s.
Okay, since 69, it's never.
Absolutely not.
about
Absolutely
the
not.
lot?
1946, everything on that side of the road was already owned by Shirtliff.
How about
Who conveyed it to Sooners.
Lintala, map 74, lot S2, delta A?
Got one on my plan? Let me look.
It is like 4 or 5 feet. Map 74, lot S2A.
That sounds like one of mine.
Lintalia?
Lintala.
Lintala?
Hold on, let me look here.
Where?
It certainly sounds like one of my lots.
When you're going down Square Island to your right, did you create these lots?
Oh, yeah, I did. I created that lot.
Well, how long ago? When did you create that lot?
Oh, 2002, 2003. But that lot never abutted parcel A.
It does, about 5 feet.
Well, yeah, but I also, let me add something. They weren't in common ownership.
Or you had it in different...
No, that had already gone. The lot S2A on map 74
Yeah.
had already gone to Shirtless, away from Handy, Handy is in the chain of title for parcel A, from Shirtliff to his heirs, and from his heirs to me. So it was never in common ownership during any of the applicable periods.
And who owns the lot, the subject lot, parcel A?
96 Realty LLC owns it now. I've given you, if you look at my...
Okay, I understand, so it's...
No, they own it. They got it from Papa George's nephew, who inherited when he died.
How long the LLC's been
In existence?
created? Yeah.
I don't know, not long, 10 years.
Who owned it before that?
Who owned the land before that?
Yeah, before the LLC.
Papa George's nephew. George died
Theodore.
and left all of
Elliot?
that lot 1009 to his nephew.
Elliot, Theodore Elliot, right?
Yes, Theodore Elliott, exactly.
So, do you own parcel A now?
No, I don't own parcel
Oh, so
A.
you're presenting the,
I'm representing 96 Realty LLC, who is the owner of parcel A.
so it's always been in Papa George's land. It was always Papa George and Teddy Elliott's, right?
Papa George, Teddy, prior to Papa George,
And the LLC.
it was his father-in-law, Mr. Handy.
And your property, you subdivided the Lintala. Did you buy it from Papa George?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Absolutely not. That was out of that chain of title in the 1800s.
So I guess, I don't know what's David basing his decision on.
Yeah, I mean,
So, as I say, the same exact
What do you
deeds,
think,
the same
Jen?
exact facts led your prior building commissioner to approve my lot S1B
I think
as a grandfathered lot.
he seems to be basing it on the fact that he doesn't have any drawings.
It seems to be, and as Charlie said, you don't need drawings.
I'm very familiar with grandfather lots. The only subject, the only thing that stop you from being a grandfather, if it was held in common ownership with the abutting lots prior to zoning, which is about 69 in Wareham, in this area anyway.
You're
And so
correct.
the only two subject lots that could cause a problem is 1005 and the Lintala property. This is the only one abutting, and as he's testifying, they were completely different owners.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask a question as to why GAF identified it as not a buildable lot?
I mean,
I mean,
they did the subdivision.
Maybe they did the research?
No,
I don't-
absolutely
I
not.
told them to do that. I cannot go before the planning board with a plan that's undersized and ask them to approve it, which I did before coming to you people.
You had this plan drawn. This
Yes,
plan that we have
yes,
drawn under your
absolutely.
direction.
Absolutely, it was drawn under
GAF
my
was hired
direction.
by you.
That's correct. I went up there and I said, here, do this, call this, call this that. And if you'll notice, that plan does 2 or 3 different things. I created another Form A lot on the other side of Square Island Road. I create a big lot that they're right now trying to put a solar system
So,
on.
this plan, excuse me for speaking without, this plan, parcel A also says, area excludes ROW, right-of-way for Squirrel Island Road. But we've established that Squirrel Island Road is a road, not a right-of-way. So just because he wrote ROW doesn't make it a right-of-way.
You're correct, you're correct. We argued about that.
You know, I had a guy trying to sell real estate one time, and he put on the listing form that it had town sewer, but I knew it was on a private system. Just because he wrote town sewer...
Doesn't make it true.
Didn't
That's
put the
correct.
pipes in the ground.
That's correct. No, it's not, I'll tell you something. I honestly believe that Squirrel Island Road is a public way. It was in effect prior to 1853. Prior to 1853, all of the roads in all of the towns were public ways.
Okay.
And the legislature in 1853 passed a statute that permitted the town to discontinue some under a certain procedure, and Wareham never did it. So we've got a lot of so-called private ways that I believe are public, but I don't think it matters much because the town comes in and maintains it. Anyways, I could care less.
So,
Why don't we let town council look at it instead of arguing all night
yeah,
about it?
because we could go back and forth and
I know,
up and down and in.
I think Councilor Perry is right, but just to give the benefit of the doubt for the commissioner,
Well, look, I understand you might want to do that. Should I go forward on my request for variance? Because I believe this lot is entitled to a
I
variance.
don't think you should go for a variance. I think it's a buildable lot. I would like
shouldn't
to
have to go
talk,
for a variance, you're right, but fortunately, it's one of the few where you really can prove that as a result of the shape of the lot, it's entitled to a variance, and that's usually the hang-up.
Mr.
But
Chairman?
I'll do whatever you tell me to do once again. I mean, you
Charlie,
asked
I
me to go
will-
talk to David, I did.
yes, Charlie.
The fact that the plan that's in front of you now has a statement on it that says it's not a buildable lot is going to be another hurdle for Mr. Perry to deal with the building inspector. So I'm wondering if maybe at some point, that you're going to have to make a determination that if you're overturning the building inspector's decision, that something be written that he may have to go back to the planning board to have that removed by creating another plan. Because otherwise, I think the building inspector's gonna deny it on the basis of the statement that's on that current plan.
Yeah, but it's,
There's no
with all due
stipulation
respect,
that-
I mean, the plan, I mean, the saying it's not buildable don't mean nothing.
Yes,
The
it does.
facts of
Yes, it
supersede.
does. The planning board signed it as an approval not required, and they put a statement on it that says that lot is not buildable. So I think you need to
When-
get that removed, or you're gonna have an issue.
Yeah, but
Planning
when,
board determined it was not a buildable lot, or they would have left that statement off it.
when he went to the planning board, the lot was never a subject. He was subdividing across the street.
Doesn't matter, they put that statement on the plan, and it's a matter of
Charlie's point
record.
is, this is on record now, is that your point?
I'm assuming it is,
Plans on
because there's
record.
houses that are
Plans
built
on
on those
record.
lots.
So Charlie's bringing up a point that, you know, to keep it clean, there either needs to be a new plan, or those words need to be stricken.
I'm just trying to avoid Mr. Perry having to go back and have a discussion again with Mr. Requena and end up perhaps back here again to get that removed.
I think the order of events is that he gets the variance first, and then he goes to the planning board with that in
Well, if
hand.
I get a variance, I don't have to go to the planning board.
Gets variance.
Well, you go to the planning board to also clear up the plan on file, as Charlie was.
Why didn't the
I don't
planning
agree with
board
that.
call it a parcel
I can
instead of?
understand Charlie's position if you would overturn the building inspector, that I could have a potential problem there.
I think
If I
you
got a
could.
variance, I don't believe I do, but it's up to you guys. Once
So-
again, however you want me to handle this.
Nazir earlier suggested that somebody speak with town council and get his input. If the town's gonna have to defend or support a decision, let's see, if his position is that we can deem this a grandfathered lot, isn't that a superior decision for you? Rather than a variance, what's a better decision, a grandfathered lot or a variance?
Would
Does
it,
it really matter?
would it be
Honest
a,
to God's truth, Jim, is it honestly doesn't make a lot.
It doesn't matter, as long as you get permission to build.
Right.
To me.
Okay. Well, that's what
my question is, why would the planning board don't call, they should just call it a parcel instead of non-buildable lot, just a parcel, eh?
Yeah, well, it's written.
You know what I'm saying? Why would
I
you?
don't disagree. I mean, if some of the other firms I use instead of GAF, they write on these not a buildable lot until further zoning relief is granted. I prefer that language. GAF wouldn't put the language on there.
All right, can we continue this? Let me ask town council
Absolutely.
quick,
October
if you
10th
don't
is it?
mind. I mean, if it's a variance of, I think, like Charlie said, even if he says, even if you don't need a variance, you might face a problem that the plan says non-buildable lot.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting that if you grant the variance, then you could create a plan that simply shows that lot with the language on it that says a variance has been granted on this property on such and such a date for the size of the lot.
Right.
Whatever,
I just want to ask town council to be comfortable that this lot was never held in contiguous ownership with the two lots next door to it.
That's fine, but
That's
you-
all what I'm concerned. If that's the case, I have no problem granting a variance personally. I don't know about the board.
Do you
but
mind
that's-
waiting a couple weeks for him
No, I
to
just
tell-
said I would. No, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. I just said
Make a
October 10th.
motion
Is
to
that my two-week
continue.
date?
All right, let's continue this. It's getting late. All right.
I make a motion to continue this until October 10th.
Do I have a second for 33-18?
Second.
Thank you.
Second. All in favor to continue 33-18 for 96 LLC till October 10, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose, abstain, so
Good
we'll
night
see you
now.
next time. Can you make sure you make a point to ask Rich about it?
Yeah,
I want to keep this package with me.
all right.
All right.
The
All
question
the rest
is,
of the packets in.
To give
go
it
ahead. Question, Nazi, if there's a title search that's necessary to
1903.
confirm,
Yeah, we need a title search.
who
It's
pays
easy,
for
you
it?
could do it on the town, on the
I know,
assessors.
I
It's
know.
easy to track it. You don't even have to go
So-
register. I mean, I've done them before.
It's a long night.
You can get the registry online, it's just
Yeah.
who does it.
This will go quick.
Let Rich do it.
I'm gonna go out from.
It's only 2 lots. He has to check. The road's absolutely there, so we're not gonna consider it was contiguous with across the lot. So absolutely, that's not, the road's there, so you cannot say it's, it's a road or a right-of-way, so.
Right.
You can't consider a parcel with, connected to the, across the street. The only two is on subject, the one that abuts it, that's it. If they never been in the same ownership prior to 69, he's golden. Don't have to be 46. All right, here you go. All right, Mr. Freeman. All right. 2-18 Dakota Partners, 3102 Cranberry Highway. All right, just give us a few minutes, Counselor.
Does anybody want copies of the plans?
What's that?
You want copies of the full-size plans?
Yeah, sure. Not the, no, the plans, no. We just, personally, I would like the draft plans, unless somebody wants the plans.
Wilma, would you like a copy? Huh? Would you like a copy of the plan? Is this an altered version of it? Yep. Changed as of when?
Did he bring the same thing?
Oh, okay.
No, he's just bringing,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna run and grab some water.
Want some water?
Sure, if you don't mind. Yeah, that'd be great.
You have your vote, that's fine. This one? Jen, you have this draft decision?
Yes. Wait, let me make sure I have the, let me, I actually. Let me see, Nas,
You want it?
make sure I put the right one.
Somebody had filled this in, it was from our, what's her name, Jessica, traffic. We should have filled that in, but we'll get it.
So there's another.
Yeah.
Okay, we need for this to run the decision.
We didn't get that information from her.
Hearing, but you have to.
Do you know, this 100 trips weekly after an event,
But that's
total
only
of
like 2 liters.
some of the trips per weekend, we never got that number.
No, you'd have to get it from Colleen. I mean, I don't know.
You have to, you
I don't know, I don't want to copy it.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, Counselor, I guess this hearing's still open, so let's proceed. Just names for the records.
Yes, Peter Freeman, Freeman Law Group, representing the applicant, and with me is the applicant, Dakota Roberto Arista, and our engineer, Dom Rinaldi.
Okay.
So, where we are is, the hearing is still open, we signed the extension. We hope that this will be the final hearing and can close the hearing. But what we did with back and forth on both the board and town's part and our part is, and a little with Paul, although Paul's not here, but what I handed out was the draft of the decision that started with Paul Haverty, so still substantially his, has many things that Ken added, and some that we added that were in agreement. So it got very confusing with red and blue and God knows what other color tracking. But what we did, what I just handed out, and this is what we sent, I believe, Wednesday or Thursday, I think it was Thursday last week, to Ken and Charlie and to, I'm not sure all the board members, but to the chairman. We sent what I just handed out. So what it does is it shows redlined or otherwise highlighted only the things that we still are saying we would like to be, we would like in there. Some of them are revisions. We don't think there's anything major, but they're things that presumably you want to review. So I think it makes sense just to go through kind of point by point. Again, a lot of it based on the drafts initially from Paul and then Ken, we're okay with. So I'm not saying there's nothing that you might want to discuss, and, still hopefully we can come to agreement. But I think it makes sense. If you're familiar with it well enough, then you might want to jump right to just where there are changes, but I think that's where we're at. There's one thing we can show related to one of the conditions, but I think it makes sense to just go through. That's where we're at.
Okay, I know it's getting late. I want to just get final thoughts from the sewer and the water, so if they want to leave. So just to get final thoughts from them, who wants to start? Water, sewer, Ben? Okay, let's hear it. So I know probably they want to go, so.
This is what we're looking at. I don't have a copy of that. Is there another one here somewhere?
Ben Hughes, on-site water.
Thank you.
All right, Ben, let's
Thanks,
hear it.
So,
did you look at that draft?
I do not have the draft in front of me. I did speak with Ken earlier today, who emailed me
Okay.
some apparent changes that I must say I strongly object to.
what would you object to?
Well, it looks like H8I has been stricken through, and along with the agreements that we made through email and during the last ZBA meeting for the monitoring wells, they're supposed to go through all 3 phases. But I must say that if H8I is stricken through, there really is no... If H8I is stricken through, and there's contaminants found within the water, that puts it on the department. So I'd just like to read verbatim. I spoke with Peter Teitelbaum. He's an environmental attorney. He's also a selectman. And he wrote back to me. I would push the ZBA.
Just interrupt you for 1 second.
Yes.
We're under H8.
I. Is this the version?
H-A-I-D. I.
This is the version that I have. So.
It's D and then the small I.
D and then I under D. Okay, just wanted to be with you, sorry, didn't mean to. It's,
Page 21.
and it's here, so
It's 21 on what I passed out, yep.
there's no, this one's not numbered, so.
At the top, the numbers are at the top.
Okay, let's...
Top left.
Thank you.
I would push the ZBA to put the language back in. If it isn't in there, and contamination spreads to the onset water district property, you guys, meaning us, will be responsible for assessment and remediation unless and until you provide DEP with evidence that the contamination is coming from them, and DEP grants you down gradient property status. Down gradient property status is costly and a pain. This would also require the need to hire an LSP, which is a licensed site professional. And to go through that process is costly.
Well, can I make?
Go ahead.
So, I understand, and I'm with you, reading it quick, and I'm seeing it for the first time. And what we're talking about are the words, if any samples are found to exceed allowable limits, the developer shall pay for investigation and remediation of the pollutant source.
Correct.
Now, what happens if the pollutant source is not the developer?
That's exactly it.
So if the gas station across the street has a leak,
Right.
and they test their well, they've got to pay to clean up the gas station?
Not necessarily.
Well, can I, to help here, can I?
Yeah,
If
go
it
ahead.
can be proven.
Let's hear it, Mr.
You should
Freeman.
be happy with this, and perhaps I should have put a
Right.
comment, but the reason that we struck it was exactly for the reason that the member just stated, because what it says now is it's open-ended liability no matter who caused it, no matter who's responsible. So, you know, we expected it to be discussed. We don't disagree with your concern. The easy fix, and perhaps I should have put it in, but what we would be fine with saying is the following. If any samples are found to exceed allowable limits, all investigations and remediation, if required, shall be performed in accordance with requirements of the Massachusetts Contingency Plan 310 CMR 40.00, because that itself spells out who's responsible, what
Right.
the reporting is, and what's done. More than happy to do that, to put that clause in, and that solves it.
What is it?
Well, let's go back to the water department. and
As a
see
matter of
that-
fact, I believe that's part of the down gradient property status.
Yes, it's all covered.
Yes,
There's a lot
so
more to the
that's
MCP, but
That's what
that's
you
an
want?
issue. No, that's not what we want.
Okay.
That is an issue. And that's down gradient property status is what he's talking about. So to get that granted by the DEP, for us, would be very costly and expensive. We would have to prove that the contamination is coming from their lots.
Well, we sure as heck can't be responsible if you can't prove it's at our lot. I mean, there's a little
Well,
bit of...
that's the reason
there's
for
a little bit-
monitoring
There's
wells,
a
to
little
be
bit
All
of
right,
fairness here.
Let's make easy scenario. They put a well now, clean, okay? They go through construction, say, God forbid, there's a contamination. It's very easy to prove it came from the land or from the gas station.
Or from wherever.
Or from wherever, because... I can't hear.
The gas station's getting new tanks right now.
Yeah,
Right, but it
exactly.
doesn't mean that the gas station tanks, so
A trailer truck could go by and spill on the road. There's still a pollution problem. And the way this,
And then you would know who the person
now,
is
so you
responsible.
problem the investigation, who's gonna investigate, who's gonna pay for the investigation? If there's a leak,
The problem
if
is
there's a
it puts
contamination?
the onus on us.
it puts okay. Now, so say there is contamination, you do the testing, and if they're liable, they have to pay for it, if it comes from them.
The issue is we have to prove it through a certain process. So, and
I think it's very easy to prove, Ben.
You're environmental engineers, correct? You're the environmental engineers that you hired, and I speak for the chair.
Go ahead.
Basically said there were no issues out there, correct?
Apparently, and when you
Apparently, right?
when you drill wells, you're gonna test that wells before they start construction.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
And that's the point, as a baseline. And then
Right,
once
there's
it
a baseline,
continues
right.
through construction, it might be disturbance, who knows what might happen.
right, exactly. So if there's disturbance or any issues coming from their land, they're liable.
We would have to prove it to be so. This is the other way around.
But what happens,
We have to hire a licensed site professional.
Of course, but that's the way the law works. I mean, it's true of any property owner, my
Right,
residential,
but
my
they're
commercial.
liable for your investigation. If you prove it
Right,
from them, they'll have to pay you for
If we're
the...
proven that it's our causation, our property, then we pay for the whole kit and caboodle. But we can't you can't turn table on us, have us just assume liability from the get-go.
Is there a possible way, since I just received this?
Yes.
Well,
I
we
have
sent
no
it out.
time to-
We sent it
and-
out and asked Ken to send it to everybody.
Let's hear from Ben. Go ahead. Sorry, Ben.
Is there a possible way we can extend this so that I can speak with counsel?
We gotta close the public hearing. We have 40 days to render decision. You could come to the next hearing and bring us what you hear, but we have to close the public hearing. We can't keep carrying, if they don't give us,
I mean,
if they
this is
could...
basically, this is onset's water supply, and they're right
I
up against
totally
our wells.
understand, Ben. And I'm with you, and we don't want nobody get
changed.
contaminated. But we don't, we are on a jam. We can't keep extending this hearing.
There's another
Yeah.
thing which is a factor, and again, I'm not saying no clause. You heard my
Right.
thinking. We're more than willing to put in a fair clause. But I was just asking Dom for what the abutting use is, but there's other uses nearby that don't have wells already. Yes, they were older, longer ago, et cetera, but I think there's some autos or repair or something related like that that's a lot more likely source of, of possible pollution. And so, we can't pick up the burden and the obligation of everybody around us, as we've said, and as I think the chair said, and perhaps another member, yes, there may have to be proof as to what the source is, but it's not all that difficult. And that's all we're saying is, the way it's phrased currently is completely unacceptable. Frankly, it would completely eliminate the possibility to finance the project. No lender would ever, they'd look at that and they say, you kidding? We're going to finance you and you have an open-ended liability for some unknown source of pollution? It
Ben,
just doesn't fly.
if I may, I'm kind of familiar with these things. Before they start construction, they put the well, no contamination. During construction, they take samples every 3-4 months, whatever the times are. You find contamination, let's say you do, hypothetically speaking, it's very easy. They could go make wells around and see exactly what's coming from. And apparently, if it's coming from them, they're liable, and they have to pay for the studies and everything. But say it's coming where the national NSTAR put the trucks, it's very easy to prove it's coming from there. The environmental engineers, they're very easy, they can prove it where it's coming from. So, I mean, as long as they're willing to say if it's coming from them, they're responsible.
The reason we put these monitoring wells, the reason we want these monitoring wells in the northeast corner is because of the way the hydrology works. And Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, but most likely the water flows toward the ocean or toward the canal. And this close to our wells most likely flows towards the wells. So anything else around, whether it's a gas station or not, a gas station would already have monitoring wells, by the way.
Right.
The reason we put these wells here, and that's another issue with the language in here. This isn't, which was stricken or changed. But that's the reason why those monitoring wells were put there in the first place, or wanted to be put there in the first place. So,
That still doesn't address our legitimate concern.
So Ben, let me explain again. Let me suggest again. If you say again, you find contamination 6 months down the road, and you do the studies, and it came from their land, and what's the problem with this? They're liable to pay you these studies. And say the problem come from the gas station have to pay you for these studies.
That's what would happen in the ordinary course of things, right?
I understand, but the gas station would already have monitoring wells.
Right, but if you drill when you drill the wells, if there's contamination from the gas station to you, it'll show right now, before they even start construction. You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying, but at the moment, there's no gas in the gas station, and there's monitoring wells has been monitored.
So, if I might.
Yeah.
Under DI, HDI, you show the entire sentence stricken. I wonder if we could resolve this disagreement by striking simply the words "and remediation" and leave everything else in.
Well, I mean, if we're going to do that, you know, again, by the way, if there's no clause, small I, the law still kicks in. If the testing shows that there's a problem, then somebody has to find out what the source is. So I mean, I think it's better, and I'm more comfortable with some standard. If samples are found to exceed allowable units, the investigations and remediation shall be performed, and if you're not happy with referring to the Mass Contingency Plan, which is the right reference, but shall be performed in accordance with requirements of Massachusetts DEP. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
There's already a mechanism in place.
Right.
There's already guidelines and laws in place.
Right, in those regulations, right. Excuse me.
I guess all I can say is I strongly suggest that you just leave the language as it was and do not change it. And if it's to be changed, that is up to you, I suppose.
What else have you got?
Let's see, well,
would you,
H8.
Yeah, let Councilor Freeman answer.
This is what I'm dealing with here, because I was never
Let's
sent
solve
anything.
this issue.
We
That's a
did
very
send it.
important
I
issue.
have to take exception on the record. We sent it.
I don't have it in my email.
Well, it should have been sent from the town folks, okay? But I'm just trying to be helpful here, because you said you don't have it with you. I'll just go through and show you what we did change. I understand, I don't think it's major. But in H, which is the water, sewer, and utilities, H5, we thought it was just a typo. It says the water and drainage utilities surfacing the buildings. Well, drainage doesn't get servicing the buildings. We just changed that to sewer utilities. I mean, I think that only makes sense. The next one, as to the placement of the water wells, always said, you know, it said the 2 permanent water monitoring wells in the northeast corner of the project site, or as otherwise agreed to by the applicant and the onset fire district. So you're still in control if you don't
No,
agree.
not necessarily. If we don't agree, then we don't agree.
But it says...
If we don't agree, then there will be no wells.
This is just a simple interpretation.
And that's the reason you changed it.
No, that's not true.
Well, then leave the language as it is.
No, that's not true. It shall install in the northeast corner of the project site, or as otherwise agreed to.
Or as otherwise agreed
That
to.
just, the intent, if anybody thinks it's susceptible of his interpretation, then we can together change it.
What's the...
The intent is not that if my client and he don't agree, that there's no well, not at all. We're saying it's either going to be in the northeast corner, I can change it that way. It shall be in the northeast corner, or only if agreed to by the onset fire district and the applicant, another location. I mean, my intent is very clear. If he doesn't agree to any place other than the northeast corner, it's in the northeast corner.
You come to an agreement otherwise, then it'll go where you both agree.
Right.
But if that doesn't happen, it's going in the northeast corner.
Right.
That's exactly what
And
it says.
that's what it says. I mean...
Which one are we on now? Are we still on?
This is H8.
What
Bottom
is
of
your
page 20.
concern?
The language was changed for a reason, and my concern is being slow-rolled.
Oh, wait a second.
Well, this just...
Slow-rolled? I have to take great exception to that, please.
Well, this-
Slow-rolled?
This
Yeah,
simply
that's my
leaves open
concern.
the possibility for agreement between the parties. It doesn't allow anyone to take any unilateral action. So it's very clear, it's unless otherwise agreed by the applicant and the onset
Okay, I got
fire
it. I found
district. Just leaves open the possibility for flexibility. They can't unilaterally do anything.
I think the language should stay the same, the way that it is.
I think it's usually well advised to write in some flexibility based on agreement.
The next one is on the next page, B, where it says the developer should collect and test water quality samples from both monitoring wells on an annual basis from the completion of Phase 1 construction until, and I added, the sooner of, 1, the completion of Phase 3 construction, or 2, 5 years after the completion of Phase 1 construction. The way what was struck was it just said until developer declares in writing the final phase has been constructed. And, you know, since we don't know the time frame, and theoretically, as we said, we don't think so, but theoretically, Phase 3 might never be built, and it's a long time down the road before that decision might be made. We just thought it was much more appropriate and still gives a long time span for the protection of the water district that we put in this specific time limit. So that,
If I may, the original agreement was for all the way through Phase 3. It was not for one or the other. And that was the agreed-upon agreement at the last meeting.
So you're agreeing to do this at the completion of Phase 3, right?
The sooner of the completion of
Right.
Phase 3
So-
construction, or
Right,
5
but-
years after the completion. It could take
Well,
longer than 5 years.
But what what he's doing here, he's writing in the contingency that in the event that Phase 3 never happens, he's setting a timeline for when this will occur.
If Phase 3 does not happen, does that mean they sold it to someone else?
No, it
I mean, it
means
could
it
mean
doesn't
many
get built.
things. I mean, they don't get the financing, the market
I
crashes,
mean, that could happen.
but it's, if he weren't to have this language in here, then,
Could we just, under double I, 5 years after the completion of construction, strike Phase 1? If you're done working, you'd be at 1, 2, or 3. If you're done, you're done. If the permit's closed, it's closed.
well, you don't.
well, I mean, that's why it says Phase 1, because, I mean, what we're saying is we don't know what's going to happen with the other phases.
Well, his position is, the way this, if I remember the proceedings as we went along, this could run into 8 years. We could be 5 years after completion of 5-1, still under construction for either 2 or 3. I think that's the concern of the water department right now. That they don't want that word, 5 years after the completion of Phase 1, you go in there, bing, bang, boom, you finish Phase 1, and within 5 years after that, you're all done, regardless of whether you're continuing on 2 and 3 or not, the way this is written.
No.
You follow his, you see, I see
Right,
both.
I understand, but I'm just saying it needs to be some type of time limit, because if the way it was phrased...
Well, that's why I'm saying strike out the word Phase 1. When you're done with construction, 5 years after construction. If you do Phase 1 and you don't do any more, 5 years later, you're done. If
But
you
how
do
do you
Phase
define-
2 and you don't do any more,
But, so what that would mean is, if Phase 1 is completed...
just strike out the word Phase 1 under double I, or the words.
Yeah, well, it would be ambiguous, because I think with a phase project, people would infer that it means after the whole project, which is Phase 3. It doesn't address, you know...
If you're not going to complete the project, you're not going to...
Well, what it really comes down to is if between the completion of Phase 1 and 5 additional years, there's no commencing of Phase 2, then it would end. But if
That's
within-
exactly what I'm saying. We agree. And I think the Water Commissioner
agree.
agrees.
I agree with you.
Isn't that
I would be happy with that.
So 5 years of the complete, but I would want to spell it out so that we say if...
Let's do it. I don't mean to
No, that's fine.
talk over you.
No, I want you to. Getting tired, so.
These guys jet lagged, you know? He had a 30-minute flight from over Jordan.
It really, strike Phase 1, you have no idea. What
Yeah,
the
I mean, the question is, if you just say 5 years after the completion of construction, yes, construction of Phase 1 ends, and if within a few years, Phase 2 starts, then it could be another 5 years.
Yeah, the other 5 years have to
And then if
kick in.
Phase 3 starts, it's another 5 years, and I don't think you need it that long. I mean...
Yeah, but Council, contamination may happen in Phase 3. That's what he's getting.
His point is, as long as there's construction, as long as there's a phase under construction,
It's a 5 years after that phase.
they want,
So, let me put my thought in it.
Go
So
ahead.
you do Phase 1, and you stop right there, 5 years. Monitor, it's over. You start Phase 2, at another 5 years kicks in. And say you stop for 10 years.
Well,
then
well,
why don't we
well,
write it that way?
well, you know,
Yeah.
you know, this is perhaps hoist on my own petard, as they say, but I added the 5 years to give something that we thought was reasonable. If it's going to be at whatever phase of construction, then it's better, and I think it's what you intended, it would be the completion of construction of the phase, because we don't need to add another 5 years if we get you through the construction, which I understand everybody's concerned that it covers the construction period, even if it goes out through construction of Phase 3.
Any and all phases.
What's your concern about the original language? Just until you declare in writing you're done. We're done. No more monitoring. Over.
You know, in some ways, it's not a bad idea.
It almost seems to be, almost seems to be better for you.
So
I
I
mean,
believe bottom line, they
yeah.
want a 5-year buffer,
Yeah, no,
right?
no.
After every
No,
construction.
he wrote in the 5-year buffer.
I wrote in the 5 year.
He wrote that.
So where do you want?
I think what was just said is accurate, that, you know, we weren't, you know, we were trying to do something that we thought was balanced, but in reality, because again, I respect your concern and what the board said, it may be better just to go back.
go back to the original language.
Yeah.
Phase 3 construction, or until that does give the applicant the
Yeah.
choice to say, look, we're never going to do anything else, we're
Right.
done.
Right.
Okay.
Ben?
No, I
you're good?
appreciate
The original language is good with me.
Yep,
Yeah,
we'll go back to
that
the
makes
original.
Okay, let's go back to the original one. Next one.
What else you got, Ben?
Okay, so the next one in C says the onset
Oh,
Fire
okay,
Department,
sorry.
Fire District Water Department will be responsible for collecting and testing water quality samples from both monitoring wells after, or
That could,
after,
Upon this is just clarifying
Yeah.
the point
yeah, that
above.
could probably go back just by virtue of
yeah,
not accepting the change in B.
yeah,
Because you changed C to match it up with B,
Exactly.
so.
yeah, well, but instead of just completion of all construction, doesn't tie in the declaration, so what I added, I think, is just clearer. It says upon the cessation of developer's obligation to do so, meaning the testing as per H8B above.
Okay,
Yeah.
So it does tie into
yeah,
that. So it doesn't change anything substantively.
right.
The next one, we already discussed, and that's DI, and, you know, I think adding the language that I said makes sense, you know, and/or something that just says that the developer shall be only responsible for what he is legally responsible under applicable law. And, just making a note. And
There's H9B.
yeah, so in terms of the water things, that's all that we changed. So I can keep going with H on a couple of things, but that's all there is on the water.
Ben?
Is that that's inflow, that's sewer? Okay.
Yeah, there's something related
Got
to
it,
sewer,
yeah.
but this is all there is on
All
the
right.
water.
So what are you good with this? If they go
No,
back?
I'm not good with that. I
Alright.
mean, I would like it to be the original language, but
Yeah, the
it is
original.
what it is, so.
No,
They're talking about HDI now?
Yeah, the one they struck, and that was H8, and on my portion, it's I don't know what DI.
It's
If any samples are found to exceed allowable limits. So on the new one, apparently it's HDI, H8DI, and that's what they struck.
Hotel Delta Indigo,
You got that right?
HDI.
Yep.
I mean, you know, again, a qualifier, which I'm thinking out loud, dangerous, but if we keep his language, but say, you know, a comma at the end, but only insofar as the applicant is the responsible party under applicable Massachusetts law, because that's what it is. They talk about responsible parties.
If you were to investigate and remediate,
Of course, but
the
we're not
responsible party, if
responsible
you
for that
are the responsible party,
But, I know, but if we keep your language and you say, but only if...
So you
the
just said right a comma, correct?
Yeah.
And then you
Say,
said,
but only if the applicant is the responsible party under applicable Massachusetts law. And that's the way the law works.
What do you think, Ben? I mean, if they're
it's a large piece of property, and I have a feeling that any contaminants that would show up in the well is most likely coming from their property. And it's in the far northeast corner. So I think they should be responsible for some of it, at least.
They ultimately would.
Would that have?
But the front end would be on us.
Okay. So you're putting a comma where the period is, and you're putting, but only if the applicant is the responsible party. Did I hear that?
Under applicable Massachusetts law.
Under applicable Massachusetts law. Thank you.
That's fair enough, Ben, no? You think? I mean, speak your mind.
I think I have. I like the original language, but if we're going to have to do this, we're going to have to do this.
I mean, they are saying if that's their fault, they're responsible.
They're just suggesting to follow the law that's already in place to govern these situations.
So what do you say?
I like the original language.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not...
So you don't want I strike at all? You want that, if any sample are found?
Well, we're not striking it, we're just adding, we're adding a short
Leaving
clause
the whole thing
afterwards.
in, and they're adding that statement.
So you don't want that statement added?
Repeat the statement back to me, please.
But only if the applicant is the responsible party under applicable Massachusetts law.
And who pays for finding that out?
Whoever the law says is responsible. If it didn't
Right.
say...
The developer shall pay. Let me read it
Yeah.
in its entirety, if you don't mind.
Right, let him.
Because we're only reading
Yep.
the additional words. Let's read it in its entirety. If any samples are found to exceed the allowable limits, the developer shall pay for the investigation and remediation of the pollutant source, but only if the applicant is the responsible party under applicable Massachusetts law.
You should say developer, because that's the developer.
Well, no, it's a defined term.
So they're still responsible for
the
testing it
developer, so they
and
should say
finding
the
it out and doing all the investigation. The burden's still on them.
It's just the problem with the
then-
very
and
end
then-
part. I don't know if they would be responsible for the investigation. I think it would still fall
No,
on
it says
us with a down gradient property
Shall
status.
pay is the words.
No, I understand, but the reason he's adding Massachusetts general law is because of the down gradient property status.
By the way, we should, to be consistent with the way the first part is written, where it says the developer, we should say, but only if the developer is the responsible party, or frankly, you should
Not
change...
the applicant, the developer. Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
It's probably better to change the word the developer to applicant, because then it's, any successors.
Ken, where's Haverty, Councillor Haverty?
I don't know.
So doesn't it sound fair for you, Ben?
Like I said,
think
I
it
like
sounds
the
fair.
original language, but if this is going to be a compromise, then that's one that will
I mean, I think it's very fair.
He'll accept the compromise, so...
accept the compromise.
All right, what's the next issue you have?
I believe that's it.
That's it? All right.
Thank you.
So we good,
Thank you very
Councillor,
much.
to keep what we talked about? What we agreed on now? So that's good?
Yeah, we're okay with that,
All
yeah.
right, very good. All right, let's go.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Campina for the sewer. Thank you, Ben, for coming. So
Thanks, Ben.
Make sure you take the notes properly.
I got it.
All right,
Good
Mr.
evening, Mr.
Campina.
Chairman. I appreciate the addition of the things that we wanted and we asked for, and everything's in here. I think when we met with the sewer commissioners, they were pleased to see everything, but they did take exception to I. And I says, if requested by the applicant, alternatives.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I what?
Page
Oh, I'm sorry,
page
what's-
22.
Page 22?
22, in the middle, the last small I again.
I apologize, I thought you were...
That's all right, no
It's
problem.
under H, everything's under H, so it would be H9I. I apologize.
It's in the middle of page 22.
So that was that, if the applicant, if requested by the applicant, or the developer, I guess, alternatives to all the above specifications are acceptable if approved by the WPCF superintendent. The commissioners believe it should have said sewer commissioners.
Oh, we're okay with that. We just wanted to kind of say.
So you want to take, they want to take it away from the superintendent and give it to the commissioner?
The commissioners, yes. The superintendent wouldn't do it.
And you're
It'd be
happy
up
to
the su-
relinquish that
Well,
responsibility?
I explained to them that I didn't, but that's what they requested, so whatever. And I'm sure that they would probably...
If approved by the Board of Sewer Commissioners, is that the correct?
I think that's what they would like to see.
Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine.
So we're striking out the word superintendent.
And putting in sewer commissioners.
Yep.
Ken, you taking these notes?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You did the previous one too, right? The
Yeah.
one.
And that's all we discussed. If there's anything else, they're here, I mean, I think we have two representatives, they can come forward, but that's all we discussed, and that was the only thing that they weren't happy with, so that's all I have.
You sat here for a long time to say that, didn't
I
you?
know, I know.
Charlie, what do you want?
Just one question.
What?
Clarification only. Above that, letter G, there shall be an emergency power backup supplied to the control panels for the grinder pumps. I'm just wondering what the definition of power backup is. Is it just a facility or a connection? Or does it include actual emergency generator of some sort that kicks in automatically if the power goes out? That's all. I want to know what power
I
backup
would say
means.
permanent generator, wouldn't it?
Well, if it's,
Does that mean a generator, or does it mean something?
We're two items ahead of it, Guy.
yeah, I see that, but emergency power backup to me is a generator. I don't know what else you could have emergency, unless they have
Battery?
a line brought in that I'm, you know what I'm
I'm
saying?
only saying it could, a power backup could be simply the plug where you put a generator. It doesn't talk about a generator at all.
Well, again, I think that's over parsing the words, but I do respect the question. I mean, technically, it doesn't say generator. I think we're fine with saying generator.
generator in?
Can we
Intent is
say
clearly-
quote
the
generator?
intent is clearly a
Emergency
generator.
You want to add the word
backup
generator? Backup generator?
An emergency power backup, just add the word generator. Yep,
All right.
good point, thank you.
Ken, you're right in that, right?
Yes, I am. Can I ask a
Anything else,
question?
Guy?
I have nothing else.
Can I ask a
All right,
question?
thank you, Guy. Thank you very much for
Mr.
coming so
Chairman,
late.
can I
Yes.
ask a question?
Yeah, Guy, one more question, sorry.
There's been some back and
likes you.
forth on the number under H9B, $5 per gallon. I just want to confirm that it is $5 per gallon.
It is $5 per gallon per phase. So when they do the first phase, let's say it's a gallon, it's $5. If they do the second phase, it'll be $5. If it's third phase, it'll be $5. For each phase, it's $5 per gallon of that phase.
Yeah.
And it's a one-time fee.
That's in, and we added
One
one
time
time.
each phase.
Yeah, that's what it says, one time, $5.
Each phase.
At the start of each phase.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Is that clear? Ken?
Yep.
He's free to go?
He's free to go.
All right, Guy, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
good
much.
evening.
Are you going to hear from the commissioners, too?
Does the commissioner want to speak? Jim, do you want to speak? No? Sandy? Sandy?
I want to comment on other things.
Why don't you come forward now? Quick, let's get it out of the way.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Sandy Slavin. I am an elected sewer commissioner. I am the chairman of CPC. I am the chairman of Conservation Commission. I'm here as an individual asking questions on the project, and only as an individual, nothing to do with my other commitments to the town. I just wanted to make that clear. I had access to the 920 decision on application for comprehensive permit, so I'm only looking at a 920 version. And on J16 of that version,
Let's get there.
I don't know if it's still that version in what you're looking at.
Probably page 25.
Yeah, the following, the amenities, about the
Yes.
amenities?
Yes, it said no Wi-Fi and no Wi-Fi for the buildings. Does it mean that everybody's going to have a disk placed outside their apartment in order to get cable or Wi-Fi?
No.
I was just concerned about the lack of items to the people who's going to live there.
Sandy, if I may, when they get a phone service, they simply have a router and they have Wi-Fi.
Right.
Very simple.
Then
Yeah, we had discussed that, I
Yeah,
understand
go
the
ahead,
question,
Sandy.
but
Let me hear from Sandy. Go ahead.
No, that was just, that if it's been accommodated by having telephone service, that they will only get their Wi-Fi through their phone system, that's accommodated, Okay, correct?
Right.
Okay.
They could buy Wi-Fi without a phone. They could just have a,
But
like,
they would have to put some type of holes in the wall to bring it in?
No, no,
no, it'll be
Okay.
wired. It will
Okay.
be wired.
Just,
I'm sure they low voltage the apartments, and through the low voltage, any Cat 6,
Okay.
they could have Wi-Fi through.
unfortunately, for every Wednesday, I have meetings, so this is the first time
Yeah.
I've been able to come. So if
come
I am already saying something that's been resolved, please forgive me.
Yeah, no problem. Jim wants to ask.
So I think when we look at J16-1 here, the way it was originally written, it put the burden on the developer to provide free wireless
I
internet.
didn't see the word free, but okay.
Well, it says Wi-Fi shall be provided.
Right.
You paid
It was,
for it.
it was free, it was proposed to be free.
So that's why this is stricken.
All right, then the next one was, I was surprised that there was no exercise sites in the common building. I was surprised that there was no community garden available in that center section that will be between all the buildings, that no water is made available should they want to turn that into a community garden. There should be some water.
Let-
That
Just finish, I'll answer you. I give you my thought on
That was just all on J16. I'll go on to the others when you want to comment on J16.
Let me, first of all, on the garden, I was against it. I was against it when they were proposed for a simple reason. You have 150 tenants. Now, say the 150 people all of a sudden wants to garden. They're gonna be a big problem. Where is each one's gardening, and this one leaving the water on? It's not, you can't really easy control it. It's too many people.
No, totally understand.
You understand?
Yes.
I love gardening, but the problem is, this one leave the hose open, this one put the fertilizer, let it go, this one leave the...
Now, see, I'm the treasurer of the Wareham Community Garden. I'm well aware of that. I mean,
Right.
I
So,
do make that happen.
And you know how
yes.
hard it is. Imagine
Yes.
dealing with 150 people.
Yes.
That's the, you know, you
Our
want
water
to...
bill because people don't turn their water off at night.
Probably.
Okay. Next one was J15,
Yep.
where you no longer have a dumpster at each building. Right now, if I remember the plan, the dumpster was by the second, building number 2. Everybody, even in building 5, has to come around the corner, dump to this dumpster by building 2, no turnarounds anymore. It's just, I'm concerned about litter and trash and stuff like that. If it's hard to get to your dumpster, I think it's going to be hard for people to put their trash in the one dumpster by building 2.
How many locations, how many dumpsters locations you have?
I think there's only one location. Yeah.
I
So
really
the
think there
reason-
should be at least 2 at
Well,
each end.
The reason we do that is because we have more pickups per week. We find that to be a much better process than having lots of dumpsters and fewer pickups because the garbage is sitting there longer.
I don't think her concern is people walking far. That's her concern, right?
Yes, or
Not the
or
pickup.
driving and having no place to turn around.
I mean, because walking from from Red Brook entrance all the way to the dumpster, you're walking about 2,000 feet maybe. So I would recommend you make 2 locations for dumpsters, so the first row towards the 28 and the one from Red Brook towards the end.
Can we add that
Just look at
during
the
the
plan for a
phases?
second.
I mean, you don't need a dumpster until you put in building 4 and 5,
Yeah.
okay?
I mean, 1 second, Sandy. So the first phase, you have the dumpsters on that corner, right? On the northeast corner, northwest.
Yep. With a good turnaround area, which would be eliminated when building 3 went in, if I read the plans correctly.
So I would recommend you put on the northeast corner another dumpster location.
So for phase 1, basically, you go up there and
Sir.
then just turn back.
Phase 1 to go up.
What's his name?
Dom. They're
Dom.
talking about it.
I would recommend you put another dumpster location in the northeast corner
Up there?
when you do phase 3.
Yeah, then this one gets smaller.
It's up to you guys.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's kind of, that's fine, we can add a smaller. I think what we're gonna have to do is make the current dumpster location smaller, because we don't need that many dumpsters in that location, and add one At the northeast.
At the northeast. And this way, the people from this side
So we
could
can
walk.
say that one as shown on the plans for Phase 1, and then an additional one for Phase 3 in the northeast corner.
No, northeast, and you get plenty of room in the northeast corner.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
That's fine.
Thank
So
you.
you're going to address that in J15, or?
Yeah, I think rather than striking it, we can just say dumpsters shall be provided, one dumpster shall be provided for the first phase as shown on the plans, and one additional dumpster for Phase 3 located in the northeast corner.
All right. I would recommend you have a concrete pad and concrete walls for it
Well,
to
that's what we're
avoid
gonna do.
contaminations.
That's right. It's going to be on a concrete pad.
Yeah, as well as the walls. I would strongly recommend you do the walls around it concrete.
Absolutely. We do that.
All right, very well. Again,
Okay. I think it was under F. Well, anyway, the traffic in Phase 1 and 2, as you're coming in or out of the development, you cannot take a left-hand turn.
I'm sorry.
What road?
Let us get to the,
I
let
think
us-
whatever, I think it's F, where you talk about traffic
Yeah,
flow.
I think F is the traffic.
And it isn't a specific number.
It starts on page 219.
It isn't a specific letter or anything like that, it's just a comment.
I can't.
You cannot,
F is page 19, up on the numbers are, here, let me open this up. The numbers are up here.
She didn't say a specific section.
no, it's just not a specific section, just I'm concerned.
So it's a
that we-
general comment.
A general comment on traffic. In Phase 1 and 2, you only have access to this complex off of Route 6 and 28.
Correct.
You're going to be putting a construction exit to Red Brook Road on number 2 and a full right-of-way in Phase 3. But for Phase 1, you cannot take a left leaving the complex. You cannot take a left entering the complex. How are you going to control that type of exit across Route 6 and 28? It's a solid dotted line. You can't cross the solid yellow line legally.
There's going to be a,
Well, yeah, eventually, when they get to the reconstructions of 6 and 28, there will be a raised berm that would prevent them from going over it unless they want to ruin the bottom of their car. But until that construction is done and that barrier created, I can see accidents happening, leaving that site, taking a left and going toward the Cape, right at that intersection of Red Brook Road, which is horrible to begin with, coming down from Wareham, taking a left into the complex across 6 and 28, with people coming to the stop sign. I don't know how you control it. I'm just concerned about the safety and traffic flow, because they're never given an exit.
It says right turn only.
They're never given a way to getting out to Red Brook Road until Phase 2 and 3. So maybe something could be done in Phase 1 that allows them to use Red Brook Road as an alternative as opposed to coming across 6 and 28. I'm just-
that's a,
Let's hear, Charlie, what do you think of this?
do
does have a
you
point.
follow what she's saying? I'm sure you follow it, I shouldn't.
I hear what she's saying, yeah. That if you restrict the turns, it already, without the reconstruction of 6 and 28, the intersection is already dangerous, we know that. And to put that much traffic from X number of units right there, it's uncontrolled, and not be able to make that kind of a turn, I can see your concern.
Yeah.
It may be, one thing I'm just thinking off the top of my head, the Red Brook Road entrance, according to the plan right now and the special permit, would not commence until Phase 2.
Could right now, but I see a lot of jibber jabbering going over there. There may be,
That does raise a legitimate concern.
I mean, I'm not here for a solution, I'm just raising it because you're about to close the hearing, and I just wanted to have it to be considered.
Well, I think the solution would be to provide access through Red Brick Road after the completion of Phase 1, because that would be a big problem. People would taking a right out and immediately get in the left lane and trying to make a U-turn, so it would not be good.
If memory serves me correctly, after Phase 1 is completed, they would commence the application process to commence Phase 2, but that might not occur for 2 or 3 years. You've got the opportunity to put a temporary connector between Phase 1 and Red Brook Road, cutting across in the vicinity of where that community building is proposed. Community building is proposed for Phase 2. So it's got to have access at some point for Phase 2. So to put a temporary road from Phase 1 across their property to the Red Brook Road entrance, for that purpose, to get people an additional access away from a dangerous intersection, maybe should be considered.
Yeah. What do you think, Dom? Who's speaking on this?
I guess all of us. No, fair point. I mean, I appreciate I think we contemplated, as Dom said, that the Mass Dot work would be done, but it is true, we don't know for sure that it will be done. So the suggestion was, Dom, where is the lot that would have to come across?
I mean, you could potentially build, I mean, it kind of, you have to make agreements with the landowner.
While they're talking, can I continue?
No, I'd like to,
Let's get through this quick.
let's see what they come up with for an answer, because things get muddled otherwise.
You could get real crazy and just carry it through, and, we have the temporary thing, carry it through.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But
It's a ton of work.
It's a ton of work, yeah.
That's okay. Like you said, I think.
You did get my comments from a month or so ago, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The only way to really, because this is so tight, would be, temporarily in this.
Right.
I don't know how long, I don't know what his plan is.
So it's if and until.
The most direct way is coming across at the lower part of what would be Phase 2.
It's too much talking, so
One consideration is, and I know it's burden on us, is to get the seller to, allow that, because again, as we explained, we're not necessarily buying that locus right away. So, I do understand, and I would have to say it seems like a reasonable question. So I don't know, I mean, we don't want to prolong the hearing, but, we have to come up with something presumably, and if there's a, condition to that effect that says it should be shown on the final plans, I mean, if you want to talk privately about that, we can, but I don't know what else to do.
I mean, I think, obviously, we're thinking about it, and we have to provide some sort of solution. We just don't know exactly what at this moment. But I think if the condition is written that if it says if the road hasn't been done, right, then we would do a temporary thing until that construction is finished. Only if it isn't done.
Yeah, but you don't own that parcel.
I know, but...
Well, I mean, if it's a condition, well, I'm just explaining that we have to,
You're going to have to do a lease or use and occupancy or something.
I think we could do it. I'm just explaining that that's one of our considerations, but I agree it's reasonable to condition it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The issue will continue whether the state does their project or they don't. If they do, you've got a raised curb that's going to restrict the left-hand movements, and you're going to be faced with making that U-turn in order to get in there. So whether they do it or not, it complicates it there, and if they don't do it...
And then they can't take a left coming out. They can get in, but they can't get out.
That's correct. So in order to make a left-hand turn coming out with no other access, you'd have to go up back to Main Avenue,
Yeah.
make a loop around to come back again to go east.
But that's what they want.
My suggestion would be, in terms of looking at that, you could do a roadway that was simply constructed of, say, reclaimed material, which would reduce the cost, so long as it's a temporary road. If it turns out that nothing goes beyond Phase 1, you might want to consider that, okay, then that may becomes a paved driveway as the secondary access. But I think something needs to be put together so that there's something other than just that right in, right out. Whether it goes with, at the time the state's done or not, it's going to be an issue.
Well, if I might, I'm not playing devil's advocate, but I am a little bit. Every business between the entrance to this proposed development and the current Salvation Army is going to be right-hand turns only. And those people are going to have to turn right. None of them have a left-hand turn.
That's right.
None of them, in or out.
So are we saying that we should not?
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm saying...
Something that's better?
I'm saying that's, it's okay for people that come here to spend money in our town to turn right and go up to the jug handle and turn around, but the people that are getting subsidized housing have to go left and right.
you're not going to be able to do anything about those existing businesses that are already there. That's understood. You've
I'm
got a
just throwing it
brand
out there for everybody to
And
consider.
they're not going to have the
Brand new
volume.
project.
You're not going to have the traffic volume coming out of those places that you're going to have out of this development. If I stop,
Well, I
if I
surely
stop
hope
for
our
a-
businesses are doing better
If I
than
stop
that.
for a hot dog across from Pizza Boy, how many of us are going to go in and out of that? I mean, it's just, you don't have the sheer volume of people that you're going to have coming out of this complex.
All right, Dom, do you have any
We got a
solution for that? Dom?
Yeah, we're not
Dominic.
talking about the whole project.
Right. No, I mean, we don't have a definitive solution right here.
it's a good comment.
I think it's, as Roberto said.
Tom, could you
something-
speak to the mic? He
sorry.
can't hear you.
Sorry. Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. As I was saying, I mean, we don't have a definitive solution right here. We just started talking about this now. As Roberto mentioned, if you do it as a condition for the final plans, as he said, if
I suggest a
until.
temporary road, like Charlie suggested, is the way to go.
Right, but without, as Roberto mentioned, without talking to the current landowner first, I can't sit here and promise you that they're gonna be able to get across this section or have to come around.
But you do
Further
have a
north.
PNS with the owner, don't you?
Right.
Yeah, of course we do.
Right.
yeah.
Well, what I think we're saying is we don't, we can't draw in now and have the exact language in a proposed condition until we know which way it'll go with the owner. I'm sure we can get them to agree to something. But I think the reasonable, I wouldn't even call it a compromise, but the protection for the town from the valid point is we can craft, a condition that will basically require us to, and we'll try to put some flesh on it in a condition, but that will have to be approved by the board with the submission of final plans, when the final plans show the exact location and configuration. And that way you're protected because you have the right to approve it, and we can come up with something that, includes a lot more analysis and thought than just kind of winging it as we sit
Yeah, we
here.
can't certainly design it right now in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly,
flat.
right.
we can't.
But I think, again, you're protected by a condition, I mean, it would be our risk that we could never satisfy you, but I'm not really concerned about that.
No, I don't think we're concerned about that.
Again,
I would say-
given the hour and my state of my brain, I don't know that I should even try to draft it, but we're going to have to look at a draft again. And again, it's perfectly legal to have give and take, even with the hearing closed, hopefully tonight, with new revisions and a draft of this condition. It's perfectly fine to have some exchange at the next meeting when it's discussed. And again, in between, we'll send things back and forth. So I suggest that's the way to go.
Okay.
She
Who's
has
gonna
one-
draft that condition?
She has more, she has more.
Okay, let's go to E27.
Okay, right above traffic, same page, page 19, top of the page.
Yeah.
E27 pathways. It indicates they want to do stone dust on the pathways as opposed to asphalt or concrete. My concern is the minute you start plowing snow, shoveling snow, you're going to disturb that stone dust, and it's going to make it uneven, and that stone dust will be piled into the grass area. I would strongly recommend we continue with either asphalt or concrete on all walkways for stability. Just a comment.
Counselor, I do agree with her
Yeah,
on that one.
yeah, I can't remember the exact back and forth, but, we did think, I mean, I do know what was discussed at the last hearing, and at the time, with some points back and forth, and there's not necessarily any absolute right or wrong, but I'm pretty sure we reached consensus at that time with the board that it was okay to have the stone dust, which is partially aesthetic
See,
and...
you crossed it. It says all pathways shall be paved. with
Right, I
bitumen.
thought that we had come, I mean, I know we had come, I'm not saying it was binding, but we had, so it seemed, reached consensus with you folks that it was okay to have stone dust on the paths, and then the draft, the way it came to us from
Right.
Ken,
Yeah,
said bituminous or asphalt, so we just, again, this is one of the things I knew we'd
So
discuss.
can we go back to bituminous concrete?
Well, I think we're just talking about the pathways that are in the green, right?
No,
That's all
the
we're talking about.
sidewalks.
No, the sidewalks are bituminous. We're just talking about the pathways that are in the green.
This isn't meant to be the sidewalks, this is,
No.
we discussed that last time,
Yeah.
too.
I mean, it's much more, first of all, visually pleasing and environmentally friendly to do stone dust pathways in a green,
I mean, we can add all pathways and put in parentheses, not the sidewalks.
not the sidewalk.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What do you call that piece of access into the community building, a pathway or a walkway?
This is asphalt.
A sidewalk?
Asphalt, right, yeah.
You have a bunch of people coming into that community building. Is that considered a pathway? I know it's a pathway around the big green in the circle in the middle, but I was wondering about access into the community room. Community
Access to the
building.
community building paved?
If I may just ask you a question, are you referring to the one, sort of like,
It's been a while.
this one?
However you're going to get to the community room.
And I guess there's a couple of different ways to get to the meeting room. The one from the southeast corner.
Which isn't built yet.
That is down by Building D is asphalt, because that is also part of the fire access to the
Okay.
middle.
And that's Phase 3.
You know, portions that come in, it varies. Basically, on the plans, everything that is hatched in sort of a gray, we'll call it, for walkways is sidewalks, and everything that is the sort of dots, if you look at the plans, is proposed to stone dust, and they're labeled on the plans.
Well,
So,
I mean,
excuse me for 1 minute. When's is the community building going in Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3? When's the community building?
Phase 2.
Phase 2. So there'll be no community building in Phase 1?
That's correct.
Okay. And when Phase 2 is built, there'll be a community building,
That's correct.
and there'll be a concrete path, sidewalk to the community building.
That's
And then there'll also be a pathway that will be in stone dust. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's two sentences here. There's a period before the all pathways. So the sidewalks in the project are all concrete. And the pathways, the casual walking places, are the ones that are stone dust. Is that what?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the intent.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm hearing
See
everything.
that plan of C2.0, that page? It
I
does
remember.
have a concrete pavers,
But that's in Phase 3.
that's phase,
Phase 2.
When the when the community building is done, that's when that fire access road will be done. Yes, I really did look at these plans.
right, I'm sure you did.
Yeah, that's why I was making sure I was
Yeah,
understand, that's why.
okay, so, fine, but, okay, then I'm fine with the pathway staying stone dust if they're not the walking sidewalks. So I mistook the pathways for
That's
sidewalks.
right,
and
that's
I
two
apologize.
sentences, that's okay,
Yes,
that's,
yep.
your comments are still valid, you know.
Okay.
It's gonna be like the Y, though. You know how the Y has that walkway
Yes.
too? I think that's
Yeah.
what they're gonna be doing.
Okay, yes, just like we're doing at Lukey Playground. E25, please. And I only got one more after that, I promise. I know, E25.
Community building, yep.
In it, the version I looked at, there was some discussion about bringing in 4 parking areas along the community building. And my note, the one I looked at, said it was to be discussed at the next meeting. I just wanted to strongly recommend that there be some
added.
handicap parking next to the community building, because if you have handicap, that's a long way for anybody to walk to that community building. Because I know a part of E25, it was under discussion as to whether or not there be 4 spaces for parking. And I strongly recommend that you include it so that handicapped people can access this community building in Phase 2. Am I looking at the same thing, or is it?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're correct. The language that we did not strike, but we wanted to show, which maybe
Yeah.
now's the time to show the drawing, it does still say a driveway with 4 parking spaces at the building
Yeah.
shall be constructed from the project driveway to the community building, and there's probably a dimensional or size thing as to making the handicap.
And she wants to include like
So could one-
handicap.
So could one of those 4
Well, to me, the
places be
4
handicapped?
becomes, I think all 4 become handicapped.
No, why not?
I think you probably should be, all 4 should be handicapped, because you don't want, anybody else should be able to walk to it.
Well, the deliveries are made to the community building, and they'll just pick up there.
You want to?
Yeah, but if, If you don't have a driveway, how are you going to do deliveries to the community building?
You are going to have a driveway.
It says you're gonna have a driveway here, driveway
For emergency vehicles?
For those handicap parking
So
spaces
they're
you're
agreeing
talking
to
about.
the
If you
four
do- if
parking
you do the
spaces. Why don't we just
four
say
parking
that
places.
They shall all be...
Shall we have Roberto pass out the plan so you all...
please,
The word shows this, but I have some handouts.
Yes, please.
I didn't want this meeting to go until 10 o'clock. I apologize.
No, I appreciate your input, and it makes sense.
Let them be for handicap only. And that gives you a place for your deliveries to come better, too. Thank you, sir.
You have an extra copy over here for Charlie?
And
Yes, you did. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Counselor, would it be okay to just to add all parking spaces has to be handicap, marked handicap?
That where it's yellow on this E25. A driveway with 4 handicap parking.
Dom, I mean, size-wise, it may be impossible.
Then it becomes
Obviously, the
3
dimension-
for...
So, Dom, now that they have the handout, why don't you walk us through it?
Sure, so everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure, my
That's,
so I want to make sure it projects. You have the handout in front of you. What we're proposing is, currently we have this delivery parking area here along the driveway. Flipping that to the other side of the driveway and putting in 4 spaces here, sort of in its place, pushing the sidewalk back and connecting to the sidewalk.
Just turn that mic to
Lift
you.
up the mic.
Certainly.
We can hear you, but he can't.
Oh, okay.
The wizard. The wizard.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. For the record, just as a reminder, the handicap space right here, this existing one, is actually an extra handicap space beyond what we actually need under AAB that we put there. And certainly, you know, if you prefer it to be here or a couple here, we can do some rearranging for that standpoint, but generally,
With the 4
this is what we're
parkings, if you
saying.
make them, can you make 3 handicaps parking and space instead of 4?
I would say we could probably shuffle it around because we have the one there already. So if we shift that down here with these others, kind of slide things around, I certainly think. Generally, if we're going to do 3, you might as well make them all 4 because you're talking about, you know, you
No, I think
you
the
double
question,
stack
I think
them.
his question is the space needed for 4 adequate to create 3 handicap?
With these 9, so you can make me do
Is the
math on the
space,
fly.
how many handicaps can we get in lieu of 4 regular?
You could get 3.
You get 3.
Just make them 3
Yeah, I mean,
handicaps.
it's a foot extra to get
I
3.
honestly expected the handicap parking to be next to the building to prevent people from walking that distance who are handicapped.
No, but we do have, correct me if I'm wrong, Don, we do have the legally required handicap closer to the buildings in the parking areas. This was totally extra
No.
after the fact for the community building.
The plan would be in conflict with E25, to be sure. It says a driveway with 4 parking spaces at the building shall be constructed. So this plan is not consistent with the language of E25.
Thank you, I knew I'd see this.
Well, again, we're discussing that condition. That's what we're saying. The only place we can show where we can do the parking is where we're showing it. I mean,
Why can't it be at the building?
well,
Got plenty of room.
I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's not far away from the building.
It's over 200 feet away, you're asking handicapped people to walk.
I mean, you get plenty of room on that community building to put like few parking spaces in the front. And you already have the driveway.
Well, it's a sidewalk with,
Just pave it. Would be cheaper for you than make a sidewalk.
I mean, it's... Right, exactly, exactly, yeah.
you want to put it over here?
Yeah.
Backside. Right, bring something off here.
It's just, honestly, I mean, it wouldn't be a very nice treatment of this space.
I think what's being suggested is that south of the community building, in that, what's shown is probably a grassy area, the 4 parking spaces or the 4 handicap spots exist there.
No, it's
And
true.
and the,
Yeah.
and the path in, or the, you know, the
Can this be anything but
access in,
regular road?
it says it's a mountable curb, become an actual drivable surface.
Well, I mean, part of it is, again, clearly there's space, but the concern that my client is having is the aesthetic, that we wanted part of the open space and green area to be more attractive near the community building. The second thing is, although it's certainly already mountable curb and the paved sidewalk is, you know, it would presumably compromise the sidewalk to have space for a vehicle to get in there. I suppose if it's limited just to handicapped or something.
Yeah.
It would be no different than having a driveway coming off of the main access and build it the way a driveway would be built. You drop your sidewalk down so that you've got the handicap ramps on both sides of that. There's no reason why you need to insist on a mountable curb. You could pitch that so that it works properly.
And the cost per on the driveway would be a lot cheaper than what you're doing there. With the grasscrete and the pavers and all this.
It may be, but I think, as Peter just said, it's really a question of aesthetics. We really hate to be putting down more asphalt in areas that we want.
But that's a
for-
necessity for handicap. I understand. I like grass too, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do.
And you can use pervious material as opposed to impervious hardtop.
Yeah, you can
If you're
too.
concerned about the runoff and replacing grass with pervious. But I really think if you're going to have someone who's handicapped, they're going to need closer access to that building.
We
I'm going
agree.
to ask Wilma.
I agree.
You got yourself your pushing little machine there, and it's a long way to walk.
It's a long way to walk if you can't walk.
Yeah, that is true. Having 2 knee
Long way to-
replacements, I know how it is to walk under pain.
Yeah.
Up to you.
It's really not the ideal here. And we're talking about 1 parking space at the end of the driveway. 1 parking space. 4 up here?
Yeah. Or do you want, well, how many, I mean, in terms of up at the, this may be a compromise, but also perhaps misunderstanding as to what you're saying. If we have 1 handicapped up, right there up at the building, is that okay? And the remaining, then we could still have 3 spaces down where we drew them?
Why 1? If you're doing 1, why not 4?
Again, just less
still is,
cars,
yeah.
asphalt, you know, aesthetic.
We disagree. Might as well do 4. You need more spaces there. If you're gonna build the road, why build the road just for 1 parking? You're gonna build that
Yeah, I mean,
driveway.
I'll acknowledge that, you know, the way it's, you know, to be built to have emergency access for fire vehicles, it could be changed so that, you know, the few cars for handicap could come up there. I think that's valid. It's just a question of what it's gonna look like.
From the community building to the property line, you have over 60 feet. You got plenty to put parking, plenty of room.
Yeah, no, there's definitely space. There is.
You can also slide the community building a little bit north.
Yeah, you could
Talking-
always
all
push
we're
it north a
talking
little
about
bit
is
if you
dirt
have to.
paths now, we're not talking about any construction there.
It's easy to push now. It's only in paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, that's true, but I don't think, you know, moving it is necessary. It's a question of if Roberto's comfortable putting it there, and with the room that's available, I think there is room. It's up to you.
Yeah.
This becomes a driveway with a walkway on one side.
Just quick comments. We only have 30 more minutes of taping, so we can't go beyond
10 feet, which is tough.
Okay.
10,
well,
20.
then-
All right, so we'll do it.
All right.
I mean, unfortunately, I think it's the wrong decision because it really is not a very nice treatment to the green space.
We totally
driveway right
understand,
next
but
to
it's
the
not a nice
building.
treatment to
It's-
handicapped either.
What's that?
It's
No,
not
I
a nice
understand.
treatment to
No,
handicapped people
No, I
either.
understand.
Me and you
but-
could
but
do it, but a handicapped
But
can't.
handicapped people with some effort can certainly reach the
200 feet is a long
I
way to
understand.
walk, especially if it's cold.
So I think
All
that
right,
would have
so
to be
let's
changed in a
put it
driveway with
behind
floor.
us.
So
Okay, you
basically-
agreed to do it, we'll do it. Next one. Sandy, next.
With pervious material on it, not impervious.
Which one are you
She's-
looking at,
she's like-
sorry?
The handicapped, you're going
She's
to
like in
pave
that
it,
access in.
Yeah, it's gotta
pave
be
it with
paved.
pervious material as opposed to
Right,
impervious.
the whole
and-
driveway gotta be paved, it's not
Oh,
gonna
she's
be...
No,
talking
not
about the-
paved, with pervious material that water will run through
They
it.
make asphalt that water runs through now, and she's
I mean,
saying,
they're concerned about, yes.
I
we're
understand,
losing-
but-
Okay,
Go ahead.
that's up to them.
No, but
just-
let me say, if it's gonna be a road that has to be plowed and stuff,
Yeah, and you can plow a pervious.
I mean, we
The
could probably do it asphalt at that point.
Yeah,
but-
this material only refers to the density of the mix that's going to go down, and it leaves porous openings where the water will run down through it.
And you're not going to have a
I
lot
have
of
to
The
traffic.
same as a blacktop driveway.
I manage a property that has a pervious driveway, and with a pervious driveway, it's necessary not to use salt when you remove the snow, in order for it to remain pervious. There's all kinds of extra maintenance that goes along with a pervious material that, on the surface, it sounds like a great idea, because, oh, wow, you know, they show a fire hose going on it, and the water goes away, and isn't this great? But in the wintertime, when snow gets on it, and you can't put salt on it, and you can't put sand on it, because the sand will clog it, it becomes a very bad material,
Just gonna
in my
defeat
opinion.
itself.
Sorry, I had my conservation hat on.
I understand, it's the Conservation Commission.
you
that
said
jammed-
you
that-
come in
that-
as a citizen.
that-
Regular
But I do, I
But
can't
from
stop
managing a piece of property point of view, there's
Yeah, it's
there's
hard.
another whole side of
Okay.
it.
The last comment,
Yeah.
and this time I have my garden club hat on. C, 1, E, X.
C1EX.
On landscaping.
Is it just is?
I think it's C1EX.
What page is that? Top, oh, you don't have it.
C1E.
Landscaping. I was surprised there was
Page
no irrigation allowed for any of the landscaping to keep the plants alive.
You guys have irrigation, don't you?
2. No.
I didn't see it on the plans. It just that, it talks about the landscaping. I was concerned to how to keep it alive. They're going to contract for a maintenance management company to do ongoing maintenance of landscaping.
Page is that? I don't know.
I don't have a page.
Which item? I don't really
Page
see.
12,
C.
it seems.
Page 12.
1, E, X is what I called it. Keep going.
Well, it's actually,
there.
there's
See,
something
after-
before the C in order.
After X, construction details, okay.
Yep. There's a paragraph under construction, under
Page 12, okay. And we're at number
Starts
10.
with all
Yeah,
plantings
just
shall consist.
a simple question is that you're going to have a maintenance company come in to do the landscaping and et cetera, but it says that after a year, the dead or diseased planting and trees would be replaced. Who determines what's diseased or dead? I'm sorry, that was, and that's
okay.
my last one. I'm done.
I guess the landscaping contractor will say
So-
if it's diseased or dead, he's gonna replace it, wouldn't it?
I just wanted to make sure that, I was surprised there was no irrigation.
You wanna make sure it gets replaced.
Yes, that unless you go down, was it Toby Road, and look all the dead trees that are planted by that solar thing?
That's why it's in there, that if they, I mean,
That's
if
fine,
the-
we're fine with that.
Yeah, okay.
that's what it said.
Just, I'm surprised there is no irrigation to keep the plantings alive. And
How
I'm-
you plan to water?
Well, we typically would want to plant plants that do not require, that are just, you know, native plants that don't require watering, right? That's what we'd like to do typically, because it requires less maintenance and it's better for the environment anyway. And we may or may not do irrigation depending on what kind of plantings we do in the end.
You think the grass will grow without it?
Well, probably not very well, but depending on the species of grass, some grow better than others, right? So we may put in irrigation, we may not. It just depends on what we end up doing for plantings.
No, I mean, I'm speaking as a non-expert, but I mean, grass actually will grow and take, and it may turn brown if there's like droughts, but if there's normal rain, it's gonna be pretty decent. Most people on the Cape don't have irrigation systems, and, yes, it gets browner in the summer, especially with, prolonged periods of really no rain, but it usually doesn't die.
I don't have an issue with the lack of irrigation. They have water moratoriums to tell us.
I don't know how the board feels about it, but...
Thank you for allowing me to have some time. I apologize, this is the first Wednesday I've had free all year.
Thank you, Sandy. Thanks
Thank you for
coming.
your time, thank you for your comments.
Now you can close the hearing.
No, there's others behind you.
All right,
This gentleman I know has been sitting here. and
Yes,
he's
Mr.
probably
Hadley.
something to say about traffic.
we have only like 10 minutes left for everything, so I'll let you talk for 3 minutes, please.
Richard J. Hadley, P.O. Box 282, Sagamore, Mass. 02561. I'm only concerned about the traffic at the intersection of Red Brook Road and Cranberry Highway. As I've mentioned before, we've had the traffic impact study by the McMahon Associates, and they said no problem. Then we had the peer review by the tech people, and they pointed out a problem. I also pointed out a problem by observing that intersection for many years as a result of my observing that intersection. Then the McMahon Associates came back and said, no, you're wrong. There's not going to be any problem on Red Brook Road and or Cranberry Highway. And then when I was speaking several meetings ago, you said, what was the response of the peer review people to the traffic impact studies final response? And Ken mentioned it's going to cost some money. So has the peer review final response been done?
I don't know.
We're done.
It's been done for a while.
We're done. There's no more reviews.
There's no more all the peer reviews been collected and it's been answered.
No. Wait, let's hold on. There was the traffic impact study, okay? Then there was the peer review that found a problem. Then the traffic impact people said, there's no problem.
Right.
Okay. Then you said, what is going to be, what is the peer review's answer to that? And Ken said it's going to cost some money. So has that been done?
No, when he said it's
Okay.
going to cost some money, that meant it's not going to happen.
Okay, it's not going to happen. So you're satisfied with going ahead on this project without allowing the peer review to have a final say?
Let me have Council Freeman.
Just briefly, we addressed that in F as in Frank 4. That's where we added a condition about...
What page is that?
Page 19, where we added the business about working with MassDOT, the left turn lane, et cetera. So that's how it was addressed. It doesn't need any more study.
What number again? Say the number again.
F6 was
Right.
crossed out, F4 in red.
Yep.
Right.
That doesn't solve, that's not an answer to the problem that the peer review has brought up, that you're going to work with MassDOT.
No, it says more than that.
No.
It says, let me read it to you, sir. The applicant shall request that Mass DOT approve plans showing that the planned vehicular access to and from the project site on Red Brook Road include a dedicated left turn lane to enter the site from Red Brook Road, period. If Mass DOT does not approve this, then the Red Brook Road access shall be as shown on the approved plans. So they're going for a left-hand, they're going for a dedicated turn. They want it. You made your point. And it was accepted.
But what has been accepted?
Your position, that they needed a left-hand turn.
Okay, is the driveway on Red Brook Road going to be a full-access driveway?
If the state allows it.
Unless the state says otherwise, yes.
It's a full-access driveway whether they allow the left-hand turn lane or not. It's still a full-access driveway off of Red Brook Road.
Has the state agreed to that?
They haven't applied
It says
yet.
that's what they have to look at the state for. They have to ask if they would allow that. But
Okay.
it has nothing to do with the driveway being a full access. It's still a full access driveway. It's just that the question is there a center left-hand turn lane to be constructed in Red Brook Road? Which was one of the things that the peer review consultant suggested.
Correct.
That either a left-hand turn lane is constructed there, or that access is not a good one. Basically, that's what he said. I think you actually read that as a part of the
Correct.
report.
Okay.
So what they're doing is going to request MassDOT to look at the plan, which would include the construction of a center turn lane left going into the project on Red Brook Road.
Okay.
If they deny that center turn lane, the access driveway would still be a full access driveway, only it would be off of a two-lane road.
But that's the problem, that the peer review,
I understand that.
Sir,
That's-
excuse me,
that's
Charlie,
what
if
this
I may,
says.
we only get 5 more minutes on
No,
the
I was
tape.
just trying to explain what it
I
meant.
know,
that's all.
I know. I totally understand. I know where he's coming from. It's bottom line is what the state gonna approve. We don't have much time on the tape. We have to cut it close. We have to close the hearing
what
soon.
if the state doesn't approve that?
And then it doesn't.
And
If
then
it-
what's going to happen?
If the state don't let them in, they don't let them in. It's dead.
Okay, so now it's up to the state.
Right.
Okay.
If the state said you can't get a curb, you can't get a curb. You can't have a left access, you can't have a left turn access, you can't.
What does that do to the project?
It might kill it. If
Okay,
they don't give them
okay,
access,
that's
it kills it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Where can I get that, by the way?
It's online somewhere. Those,
It's online? You sure?
it is, isn't it?
And is this draft decision available to the public?
It will be tomorrow.
Here,
it's not
take
yet.
mine. Just take mine. Take mine. Thank you.
So shall
Thank you for coming in.
Shall I zip through as fast as
Yes,
possible?
please,
So,
yes.
Page 6, near the top, these are still findings of fact, and I just added them for clarity. I don't think they should be in any way objectionable. The board finds that the endorsement of the proposed subdivision plan dividing the property into 4 lots is necessary and appropriate to facilitate the construction of the project, and likewise, as to phasing, board finds that approving the phasing plan proposed as modified by the board's suggestions during the hearing is necessary and appropriate to facilitate the construction of the project. Then the next thing is just listing the plans, and I think these do start to be conditions, conditions. So then on page 8, at the bottom, A8, this is more technical, and, Paul, I didn't hear back from Paul Haverty, but I assume that means he didn't object to this. It's one of the legal things. I crossed out where it says the board shall receive notice of change in principles of Dakota Partners, blah, 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 and it's all controlled by the state regs. There's, Dakota Partners will be working with investors, and there will be a new LLC, which we give you notice of, but it's not any change of partners at Dakota, which is basically irrelevant. So, you
I
know,
don't care
then,
who owns it.
Ken, do you have a problem with that?
No.
All right, next one.
on page 10, near the bottom, C1A, not objecting to peer review again, but we did want to put some limit, and we said at inception, so we added the paying the peer review. At inception shall not exceed $10,000 unless an alternate amount has been agreed upon by the board and the applicant. So it's basically like the normal ZBA hearing process. We'll pay 10. If it turns out more is needed, then, you know, client basically has to pay. But we just didn't want to leave it open-ended as to what...
10,000 is like more like a 53G, Kenny?
It's a 53G.
right.
It's exactly a 53G.
It is 53G.
And what happens if it goes over 10?
Same thing. If you can't do inspections because they haven't paid, then the project, you know, is on hold. So it's just similar to what we've been through with the, you know, the hearing process. Then, on the next page, these are all submission requirements, by the way, construction on site development activities prior to any construction or site development, these things have to happen. And they're basically okay, but the next one, C, the next, when I'm questioning the next page, C, is just out of sequence. I'm not sure where it should go, but it says the applicant shall test the soil during construction. So it shouldn't be in the section that says what we have to do before construction. So we can just move it to some other section. And then in
Do you
D-
agree with what it says, you just disagree with where it says it?
Right, it's inconsistent with the heading, that's all, yeah. And then D below that says, submit to the board for review final plans, and I just added, which I think is the intent, it's such approval to be that the plans conform to the requirements of the comprehensive permit.
Yeah.
And Ken had in there near the bottom of that paragraph that the plan shall be submitted to the board at least 45 days, we change it to 30. You know, that's our preference, but the concept is agreed to.
Final plans shall be submitted to the board at least. They want to give us less time to pick them apart.
By the way,
Reasonable?
So go ahead,
I'm only
Kenny.
trying to be fair.
should you be identified as applicant or developer? Do you care?
I think it's better to have an applicant throughout only because that's a defined term and follows the transfer regulations and all.
Okay, that's fine.
But-
If they're
but-
okay with the
I'm
applicant's applicant.
So, okay, so
You want to keep an applicant?
applicant, I
Applicant's
prefer
fine.
applicant, yeah.
Next.
On page 13, it's just technical, C2A, says record this comprehensive permit, and I added, and the subdivision plan endorsed by the board. That's just kind of logical. And then C, it's just the regulatory agreements. Again, Paul understands this. Again, he did not speak to me, but he didn't respond either. For the regulatory agreement and monitoring agreement, I just added, it is understood and agreed that the monitoring provisions may be incorporated or included with the regulatory agreement in lieu of a separate monitoring services agreement, because that's the way these agencies typically do it. The regulatory agreement with DHCD will include the monitoring provisions. So that's just...
Do we have a monitoring agent here?
No, the agent, the DHCD basically is the monitoring agent.
No-
On the rentals, that's how they do that.
Not the South Shore or Wareham?
No,
Is that right?
there's a lottery agent separate, you know, to do the firm of fair housing marketing,
okay.
but not for the actual monitoring, quote unquote. And then D, you know, things being submitted to the, you know, this is just super technical, but submitting things that the building inspector, building commissioner may request, I just clarified pursuant to the state building code, so I certainly don't think that should be
So
objectionable.
that he can't request something that wouldn't be in code? Is that what the pursuant language?
Right, right, this is all related to the architectural stuff, so it's all related to building code stuff.
What if he's looking for something aesthetically? Does this eliminate that?
Yeah, the building commissioner, yeah. Yeah, this particular section is just, it's not about zoning enforcement stuff or compliance with the permit itself, it's just the architectural plans. So I'm just saying that logically what he could request is related to the state building code. The next one in E below, goes to the next page. This, I think, and again, Paul didn't get back to me, but it was boilerplate that he included from an earlier different city, and there aren't, you know, there are no garages, so that, I mean, that's why we struck it. You know, there are no garages, so it doesn't make any sense to have it. Down in I, a few below that, we just talked, in terms of fees that are to be paid, we just wanted to clarify it's as per officially promulgated fee schedules, uniformly applicable to all other town of Wareham projects. And then in J, and I think we actually discussed this when it talks about getting the road opening permit from Wareham DPW, you know, it just says, based on this decision, the Wareham DPW shall issue such permit, subject to applicant's compliance with the technical requirements of said division. And then also, we added, and this is the concern about Mass Dot work and wanting to do some utilities or something at that time. However, a road opening permit may be obtained prior to building permit if in conjunction with the Mass Dot road work.
Just want to point out that it'll be the municipal maintenance department, not the DPW.
That's fine, you can change that, you know, since we have time to change for next time, so that's fine. What did you call it,
Municipal maintenance.
Municipal.
Instead of a department, so we don't have DPW, we
It's
have,
in multiple places throughout this.
Okay, so we
Municipal.
can do a universal thing, that's fine. Municipal Maintenance Department. Again, just to be clear, the only substantive change really is that, you know, because this is, you know, prior to getting the building permit, we're saying that we're asking for permission, and what this says is if we have to do some opening work, you know, site work, that requires that permit because of the Mass Dot work being done at the same time, you know, that would be an exception to not doing this stuff before the building permit. You know, in other words. So, let's see. Actually, a couple of pages with nothing.
page 17,
Yeah, page 17. That was just for trying to be more typical with what their experience and practice is on construction hours, E12 at the top of 17. So, you know,
Missing Saturday, on Saturday.
okay.
4 to, on Saturday.
So it's
right.
7, so we're saying 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh, is there,
Monday
oh,
through
okay, I
Friday,
didn't see that, sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which
It's
it's a little longer. I think it is said 5 p.m.
Yeah.
So 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday through Friday, in between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Saturdays. Those were our changes.
It says 6 PM, 7
no, they
to
got
6.
7 to 6 during the week,
But
and 8 to
yeah.
4 on Saturday.
They said 5, though.
He said 5. So it's 7 to 6, Counselor. It says on the paper.
7 to 6, that's
All right.
correct.
Okay, that's fine.
And 8 to 4 on Saturday.
Okay.
And E15 actually ties in with the discussion on dumpsters and adding in a later condition that there's the 2 dumpsters, as we said. The board shall review the dumpster locations as part of the approval of the final plans, if different from what has been shown in the approved plans. So you already know where one of the dumpsters is, which is the approved plans, and now you're going to look at the other one, so that's...
Okay.
And then down, page 18, E24 is what you wanted. I guess I added it, but you wanted to demolish the motel first. E25, we discussed with Ms. Slavin, helpful comments. And then, I think this just was a clarification. All catch basins shall have oil water separators as shown on the approved plans, because they're already on the plans. E27, we discussed. E28 is, again, boilerplate that I have in comprehensive permits. The comprehensive permit shall be a master permit, which is issued in lieu of all other local permits or approvals that would otherwise be required, except for building permits, certificates of occupancy. And it does make clear, provided, however, the applicant shall pay for all local fees for such permits or approvals as published in the departmental regulations, including but not limited to building permit, water and sewer connections, and curb cuts. So that just makes clear that, you know, we have to comply with all the technical stuff.
So, does this mean they don't need a plumbing permit or an electrical permit?
Oh, no, because that's state building code stuff.
Okay.
What it means is we don't need to have the Board of Sewer Commissioners issue their own
Okay,
permission for
I
us to
got you,
connect, but we
okay.
absolutely have to comply with all. And again, with a good peer review and Guy and everything else, and with the Water Department too, you know, we're complying with the things that they want. And I think F4, that's what we just discussed again on the traffic with Mass Dot. I'm sorry?
Okay, so,
Five.
yeah, okay.
We changed the phase on, yeah, in F5, I almost missed it. Upon the expiration of 2 years after the last certificate of occupancy is issued for phase, it had been for phase 2, we said phase 3. This is about the review of the sidewalk business whether a crosswalk, and I'm not a sidewalk, I'm sorry, whether a crosswalk and pedestrian signal. So we just changed the proposed timing of it.
That could potentially be many years down the road, if at all.
As long as as long as this thing's active, I'm good with that. If for some reason Phase 3 is determined not to exist, does this nullify the the town planning department in any way? Does this void any other responsibility? Upon expiration of 2 years,
How you want, what do you think, Ken?
I think Phase 2 would be fine.
Can we do the Phase 2 for
the
versus 3?
cross-recognition should be added in the location of projects.
You only have
So-
one building in Phase 3 anyway.
So on F5, you want to say Phase 2, right? Not Phase 3.
Yeah.
Can we do that, Peter? Please?
We prefer Phase 3, but it's just a timing thing.
We want 2.
So we would like to go with 2. Jen, what do you
Okay,
think?
so noted.
So, no, he's got it, he's all right, he's
You
moving
good?
on.
All right. Take a
And
note,
on
Ken, please.
Let's not argue with a yes.
Page 20, H5, I'd already pointed out, we just changed the word drainage to sewer. I think that's what was intended.
Okay.
And then again, we discussed these with the onset fire and water district gentleman. H8, we already discussed that about the location. And then I think the rest of those, we all came to agreement on, B, C, and D. We already discussed those
Right.
related to the monitoring. H9, again, we discussed that, and Guy agreed a one-time $5 per gallon for each phase. Same with G, we added power backup generator. And again, that if there are changes
Sewer Commission, yep.
that are agreed to by the Board of Sewer Commissioners, then that's okay.
J1.
And I think, well, okay, so there's a few more, we're just about done. J1, that's just technical. I quoted the exact language in the lapse provision of the regulations as to when it lapses, 3 years from construction authorized by the comprehensive permit. Paul had added the word substantial use, which to me is more vague. I just figured it's safer and fair to quote exactly what the regulation says. And J2, in the middle, is just an intended clarification. Limits of clearing shall be no greater than 40 feet beyond phase limits, except for utility installation requirements per phase, because it didn't seem to address that. This is, again, going beyond the work in the phase itself. So that's why we clarified that. And at the bottom of that, we're looking for 24 months, not 18.
On J2, construction of Phase 2 shall commence no later than 3 years. You crossed that, put 4.
The 4, yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You're right. Construction of phase 2 should commence no later
You're
than
saying
3
the whole project is 6 years. How are you gonna, the whole project would take you up to 6 years? If you're gonna do it in 4, so you're talking about 8 years now.
Well, we're just giving ourselves time, because if we don't, right, we have to be back at this commission to ask you for an extension, I guess.
Construction of Phase 2 shall commence no later than...
3 years after issuing less of Phase 1.
I mean, they're
And
just trying to
phase-
give themselves some wiggle room.
Yeah, that's all it is. Our intention, of course, is to build a lot faster than that, but
And-
it
and
all
is-
depends
is-
on the application
Is
rounds
there a
and the
limit
funding.
to, I forget, we talked about this. Was there some kind of a limit to the entire project?
Limit of,
Could this go on into perpetuity?
No, because we did add these. Construction of phase 2 shall commence no later than 4 years is what we want after issuance of last certificate. And then it says, construction of phase 3 shall commence no later than 3 years after issuance of the
Okay,
last
so
certificate
I
of
get
occupancy.
it, yeah.
So we did put a finite limit.
All right.
And then that's it on that page. The rest we pretty much almost went through again with with...
We've been through a lot of
Ms.
this.
Slavin. Jay, on page 24 near the bottom, I mean, we didn't address exactly, but you know how we feel about not being required to have a computer lab or a children's activity room or a workforce service office, reading room, kitchen demonstrations, and cyber cafe. We just sincerely, I know the intent, but, you know, it's too much micromanaging. They're going to do what's good for the folks and have flexibility in a quite large community room. And the only change in J12, rather than the word suitable, we just said a bus shelter for school and GATRA buses as shown in the approved plans, because we submitted that. And again, we had discussed and we believe agreed that until the community center is constructed, you know, 1 unit, it was changed to 2, but we can't have 2 units in the first phase. It's just 1 unit is more than sufficient for the, you know, for a manager's office and deliveries. J14, same thing I had mentioned earlier. In each phase, the area cleared shall be only for that phase plus a 40-foot overcut. It's really totally redundant, so I just added the same language except for utility installation requirements per phase. J15, we discussed about dumpsters, and we likewise discussed about the J16 additional amenities, which, you know, we struck, but we think that's reasonable. That's it. It's 100%.
All right.
So what we would respectfully ask is that, with the understanding that, you know, I'll work with Ken and Paul and, you know, send it out to folks with the changes. I mean, if you would rather do a first draft of the revisions that you took, you know, we both took notes on, but we can talk about that. We'll draft up revisions. We would respectfully ask that you close the hearing, and, you know, in 2 weeks should be more than enough time to get another, hopefully, final draft that you could then vote on.
Yep. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Any more? Yes.
Yeah, one of the things you haven't done is gone over the waivers.
That's true. I don't know that there's anything that was, you know, controversial there.
Was that any?
There were 2 waivers that I suggest that you don't accept, which is on the signage and the lighting.
What we, actually, on the printed, I apologize, we did send them in to Ken. What I just passed out, I forgot to print the waivers. Our thinking is only this. What we're saying is, technically, we think a waiver should be granted to the sign provisions, but what we say is, but subject to your approval of whatever we submit. So it just creates a little more flexibility that when we submit something, we're not duty-bound to have it comply exactly with what the sign code says, but you're not compromised because, you know, you still have to approve it. So that's what we did on that waiver. On the lighting, if you have it handy, you can read it, Ken, I apologize. I think it's similar. I mean, we pretty much know what the requirements for lighting are, but, Don, do you remember the details on that? I think you actually thought we pretty much complied with them, but we still...
What is it that we were waiving?
I know. I'm turning to Don because he's the technical guy.
Ken, what's about the lighting?
What are we waiving on lighting? Or what are they asking for to be waived?
Applicant requests a waiver from the applicability of the section of the bylaw in its entirety. The lighting plan is shown on the overall photometrics plan.
The intent is that we showed something and that, you know, we would...
You can't waive the lighting.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some lighting.
We talked about
no
lighting, and they
yeah.
have lighting.
And the neighbors wanted lighting in the back.
Yeah, it's on the plans.
In the existing plan set.
Ken, would you read that to us again?
Where is it? Which one?
This is section 1240, analysis of development impact lighting. Applicant requests a waiver from the applicability of this section of the bylaw in its entirety, section 1240 through and including 1254. Lighting plan is shown on the overall photometrics plan, sheets C 7.0, 7.1, 7.2. Applicant requests this waiver for each phase individually and for the total development.
Here. But they do have lightings on the plan.
So can there just be some language added that,
It's all the lighting plans.
to the extent lighting plan shown on overall photometrics plan sheets, blah, blah, blah.
Right, I think that's our intent. We're not saying
That's
you
your
don't get to
intent,
see what the
right, yeah.
lighting is, yeah.
Right. But it would be more clear if it were just, you know, tweaked a little bit, I guess.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, with that, what was just said is reasonable. I think we can work on that language to add that so that you have something that you've approved or will approve. But we weren't
Yeah.
looking for any complete
Kenny,
carte blanche.
The lighting plan, it's here, it's fine. I think it's fine. So you're agreeing to the plans, the lighting plans, what you...
Well, did you study the plan to see if it conforms with the requirements for off-site impacts?
Well, that's why they're asking for a waiver. They're not
Yeah, and that's what
going-
I'm saying, not to allow the waiver.
It doesn't look, it's spilling over the neighbors.
No, it's not.
See? Doesn't look like it's spilling. I mean, if they build it according to plan, it's fine.
Well, if that's the case, then why can't it be in conformance with the regulations?
Because probably require more lighting, more excessive lighting.
Because it's easier to just say, we're approving what's presented, instead of picking through each way that perhaps it doesn't comply.
Well, you're
we can add
supposed to, actually, under the 40B, you're supposed to look at the waivers being requested and grant them this relief from the regulations.
I'm not going to, dispute that, but I think it's meant to be more practical, and if we add something like, after the language of granting the waiver, to the extent necessary to allow construction of the lighting as per the plans, as per the lighting shown on the approved plans. That way, again, you know what you've
I think the
approved.
objection is the comment that you're gonna, in its entirety. I think I heard the words "in entirety."
He's going to tweak the language.
Waiver.
Yeah, we can tweak. I mean, I don't mind striking in its entirety, because I'm going to qualify it by what I just said, to the extent
Yeah.
necessary to allow the plans that are the approved plans. That's all. And again, I'm not disputing what Ken said. I'm usually a stickler for precision, but it's a complicated set of things, and it just doesn't seem to be, of great benefit to go through all of it. I mean, again, you have the plans is what's important, and it's just meant to, facilitate.
So what do we gotta do here?
Happy meeting. Find a happy.
No,
And some language that he likes. Quick, running out of time. Want to add something to the language?
I mean, I think it's clear. We discussed lighting at length in one of our...
You comfortable with it?
Well, he's going to tweak it so that it's a little bit more precise, to say that, to the extent what's shown on the plans don't strictly
Yeah,
comply, a waiver is, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and I'll strike in its entirety, which admittedly
Right.
is too broad. Yeah, that's all. So it's still going to refer back to the approved plans, which is the main point.
Does that satisfy your concerns, Ken, or?
Somehow. I know
Somewhat.
it's not fully, so it's
No,
fine.
not fully, but I'm going to go along with what the board wants in this case.
All right. He'll tweak it and you read it. We'll decide on our decision. Or we'll render our decision, okay?
All right.
All right, any more questions from the board? Any more comments? I hear none, let's move to, do you want to make any more comments?
No, I think
Sir,
we're good.
Counselor? We're good. So I'll entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
Do I have a second to close the public hearing?
Second.
Second by Jen, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, oppose, abstain. So I guess, Counselor, now we have 40 days to come up with a
Yep.
decision.
and it-
So
and
for
it-
the next two hearings, it's gonna have to be discussed publicly, right?
Well, I mean, it's an open meeting, the public can listen. I mean, if we're finalizing some tweaking, we can
Okay.
comment. It's no
So
new
let's
evidence.
do
but
all the tweaking.
Well, hopefully 100% done in between now and the next time you meet.
From now until October 10, hopefully we do all the tweaking and all the language.
Most of the language is already set in
I know,
the
but-
discussion you had.
Just finish the typing properly, and this way
Yeah.
we'll go over it on next meeting.
Yes.
All right? Okay. There's nothing else? You want to make a motion to adjourn?
It's October
Before I
10th.
make a motion to adjourn, I'm just gonna repeat to you what I told you earlier.
Can
I
you,
won't be available to this board for the entire month of November.
Okay.
can you write down the request for extension?
Motion. Motion to
no,
adjourn.
it's-
There-
I'm,
No extension is needed
Hey, do
anymore.
I have a
That's right.
second to adjourn?
Got me last time. I
It's
didn't-
late.
Second by
yeah.
Jen. All in
Yeah.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
So,
oppose, abstain.
October 10th, okay. I won't